The middle-aged divine master smiled directly at Ancestor Wutian and said, "I am Xiang Zuyuan. Nice to meet you, Wutian." Xiang Zuyuan did not fully unleash his divine might. However, the divine might of a five-fold divine master, just standing in the void, can awe the souls of countless people. The two divine masters stood in the void, above Wutian City. This scene caused countless people within Wutian City, and even those who had not yet entered, to be alarmed. After all, there were only 3 divine masters in the entire Outer Sea. Now, here in Wutian City, there were 2 divine masters revealing themselves, with one being a never-before-seen divine master. How could this not be shocking? Heavens! I thought I had the opportunity to go to the Inner Sea to see the divine figures of the divine masters, but I didn't expect to see 2 divine masters now. I wonder why that divine master Xiang came to Wutian City. Do the 2 divine masters have a conflict? On the ground, countless sovereigns, divine venerables, god kings, true gods, and even ordinary civilians looked at the 2 divine masters in the void, discussing nervously. Within the crowd, Yichun was completely unflustered. Instead, he leisurely looked at Ancestor Wutian and Xiang Zuyuan in the sky. How did Xiang Zuyuan come to the Outer Sea? Did he come from other territories like me? Or did he return from the Inner Sea to the Outer Sea? If he came from other territories, it would be worth seeing what he plans to do hiding in Wutian City. If he returned from the Inner Sea and Ancestor Wutian didn't notice earlier, does that mean the Inner Sea of the Sea of Exile can easily reach the Outer Sea, unlike needing 3 teleportation formations from the Outer Sea to the Inner Sea? Yichen's eyes flashed, pondering. The thoughts of the people below were of no concern to the 2 divine masters in the void. After all, in their eyes, the people below were as insignificant as ants. They gave no mind. At this moment, the only thing Ancestor Wutian cared about was Xiang Zuyuan. "Friend, you still haven't said why you chose to hide in my Wutian City." Ancestor Wutian snorted coldly, speaking again. "With your status, wouldn't it be better to directly meet with me?" Hearing the displeasure in Ancestor Wutian's tone, Xiang Zuyuan waved his hand. "Originally, I didn't plan to disturb you, Wutian, but since you've found me, I will tell you what my master instructed me. I specifically came from the Inner Sea to the Outer Sea on a mission from my master. If you assist me with my master's tasks, I'm sure my master will reward you well once he knows." "Master?" Xiang Zuyuan's words shook Ancestor Wutian's heart. To have a 5-fold divine master like Xiang Zuyuan call someone master, it absolutely couldn't be someone of divine master level, possibly a master or even cosmic emperor. Xiang Zuyuan came from the Inner Sea to the Outer Sea on the orders of another powerful figure. Below, Yichen's eyes also flashed upon hearing their conversation. From their few remarks, Yichen understood 2 things. First, the Inner Sea of the Sea of Exile can directly return to the Outer Sea, and second, Xiang Zuyuan is connected to a more powerful figure. Listen well to what Xiang Zuyuan will say. Yichun continued to look at the sky, listening intently. At this moment, hearing Xiang Zuyuan mention his master, Ancestor Wutian's face twitched slightly, and his tone softened. "I wonder which lord is your master, Xiang? What tasks did he entrust to you?" Xiang Zuyuan glanced at Ancestor Wutian, then directly looked at the countless people below Wutian City and outside. He laughed. "My master is Lord Zhulong of Heavenly Dragon Mountain in the Inner Sea of the Sea of Exile. Speaking of which, my master has quite a connection with the lord you rely on, Zhulong." Hearing Xiang Zuyuan mention this name, Ancestor Wutian's heart trembled. This name he had indeed heard of. That was a peak master with vast fame even in the Inner Sea of the Sea of Exile. It was said that after being exiled from the Cosmic Sea to the Inner Sea, Zhulong quickly gained great fame, and his methods were extremely ruthless and bloodthirsty, a terrifying figure. Ancestor Wutian was able to occupy 3 islands in the Outer Sea due to supporting a master named Devouring Mountain from the Inner Sea. However, that master, although a greater tribulation master, was outmatched by Zhulong both in strength and reputation. Indeed, as Xiang Zuyuan said, the relationship between Devouring Mountain and Zhulong was quite good. In this situation, Ancestor Wutian no longer dared to show any dissatisfaction towards Xiang Zuyuan. Even a dog needs to look at its master's face before making a move. Just the reputation of Taoist Zhulong was enough to make ancestor Wutian treat Xiang Zuiyuan with utmost courtesy. So Taoist friend is one of Lord Zhulong's people. Ancestor Wutian even smiled. I wonder what orders Lord Zhulong has. Whatever this old man can accomplish, I will certainly do it for Lord Zhulong. If you think that way, then it's for the best. Xiang Zuiyuan didn't refuse at all. He directly looked at the countless people below. Without masking his voice, he said to Ancestor Wutian, My master recently wants to refine a peerless divine treasure and requires quite a few people to refine this treasure. Taoist friend, the situation in the inner sea is complicated, and it's not good to catch people at will, so my master specially sent me to the outer sea. Originally, I was going to first see which people in Wutian City have outstanding talent and are suitable for refining treasures. Since you noticed me, then let's select people together, Taoist friend. My master requires 18 sovereigns, 36 divine venerables, and 72 divine kings for refining treasures this time. Those of lower realms aren't very useful. The gender of these people doesn't matter, only talent. The better the talent, the stronger the divine might of the treasure during the blood sacrifice. Taoist friend, you must help me choose well. Xiang Zuiyuan's words made the faces of countless people above and below change drastically. In the sky, Ancestor Wutian's face changed greatly. He had never expected that the matter involving Taoist Zhulong was about refining treasures and that Taoist Zhulong had actually arranged for Xiang Zuiyuan to catch people for treasure refining. After all, this was about catching people in Wutian City. Even if it wouldn't affect Ancestor Wutian personally, if people were really caught in Wutian City, it would greatly impact the reputation of Wutian City and Ancestor Wutian. This naturally made Ancestor Wutian's face extremely unsightly, and on the ground below, far more people's faces changed dramatically. Especially many sovereigns, divine venerables, and divine kings within Wutian City or those just about to enter the city. Initially, seeing two divine masters, they were slightly apprehensive but more excited. Now, they never expected that the middle-aged divine master wanted to catch people here in Wutian City. Moreover, he wanted to catch people of their realm. Blood sacrifice. Refining treasures. The cultivators who reached the realms of God King, God Lord, and Sovereign understood well enough. This was certainly a death sentence. Being used by the master for refining treasures left absolutely no chance for survival. In an instant, many people on the ground even thought of fleeing, as being captured would surely mean death. However, the thought of fleeing for their lives extinguished just as quickly as it arose. After all, with two divine masters in the sky, trying to escape was fundamentally impossible. Moreover, if they were only capturing a set number of people, they might avoid being selected, but if they fled, it might add to their troubles and bring about their death. This naturally made countless people both frightened and too scared to take any action. For a moment, countless people on the ground became uncharacteristically quiet, looking up at the sky with trepidation, waiting for the verdict of fate. They actually want to capture people for treasure refining. The Sea of Exile is indeed as chaotic as the sea beasts say, filled with bloodshed and slaughter. Among the crowd, Yi Chun coldly snorted in his heart. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and then he continued looking up at the sky. At this time, in the sky. After explaining his intentions, Xiang Zuiyuan smiled directly at Ancestor Wutian and said, So, Wutian Taoist, would you be willing to help me with my master's task? Being pressured by Xiang Zuiyuan, Ancestor Wutian's expression changed repeatedly, and then, forcing a smile, he said, I must certainly fulfill Lord Zhulong's arrangements. However, with the outer sea's vastness, why must we catch people here in Wutian City? How about you and I go to other places to help Lord Zhulong collect the numbers? Ancestor Wutian wanted to divert the trouble elsewhere, wishing to avoid implicating Wutian City. His thoughts were evident to Xiang Zuiyuan, who smiled and said, If I could go to other cities, I would have done it already. The outer sea is vast, and the places with the largest human gatherings are the 3 major teleportation islands. However, my master specifically instructed me not to disturb the other 2 islands. In this case, I can only capture people here with my Taoist friend. Xiang Zhuiyuan's words made Ancestor Wutian curse inwardly. So, he specifically came to bully him. Ancestor Wutian didn't know why the other two ancestors were spared by Taoist Zhulong. So his mind raced as he pondered a solution. What? Taoist friend, are you unwilling to assist my master? Xiang Zhuiyuan didn't give Ancestor Wutian much time to think, immediately turning his face coldly toward Ancestor Wutian and saying, if we delay my master's task, I will make sure to fully explain the reasoning to my master. Threatening. Xiang Zhuiyuan was unreserved, directly and openly threatening Ancestor Wutian. Upon hearing these words, Ancestor Wutian no longer dared to hesitate. He bit his teeth and looked down. If Taoist friend needs people, I will naturally comply. However, please do not choose people within Wutian City, considering the struggle of this old man to manage Wutian City. How about selecting from the countless people outside Wutian City? If Taoist friend is willing to help, this old man would be most grateful. Hearing the pleading undertone in Ancestor Wutian's words, Xiang Zhuiyuan looked at him for a moment and then burst into laughter. Of course I'll help my Taoist friend. All right then. Since there are quite a few people gathered outside Wutian City, let's select from there. Xiang Zhuiyuan's gaze swept over the countless lines of people outside Wutian City, scanning all the sovereigns, divine venerables, and divine kings who had not yet entered the city. Xiang Zhuiyuan's words made Ancestor Wutian in the sky above Wutian City smile, and the sovereigns, divine venerables, and divine kings within Wutian City also breathed a sigh of relief. However, the sovereigns, divine venerables, and divine kings outside Wutian City all changed their expressions dramatically. The two divine masters conversed and ultimately decided to capture people outside the city. According to Xiang Zhuiyuan's earlier words, they wanted to capture 18 sovereigns, 36 divine venerables, and 72 divine kings for Zhulong to refine treasures. Even though countless powerful figures were gathered outside the city, everyone worried that they might be chosen to be taken away. No one outside the city anticipated that coming to Wutian City this time would lead to such an event. In the void, once the two divine masters decided on the area for capturing people, they didn't care about the opinions of others. Ancestor Wutian smiled at Xiang Zhuiyuan and said, Taoist friend, since you give this old man face, this old man will certainly assist you to the fullest. Now, let me accompany you in properly selecting suitable people with high talent from those outside the city for you to take away. After speaking, Ancestor Wutian stepped forward and directly arrived from the sky above Wutian City to the void heaven outside the city. Xiang Zhuiyuan followed along with a cheerful smile behind Ancestor Wutian. The two divine masters swept their gaze over the countless people outside the city. The gathering of teams outside the city numbered thousands upon thousands, with a head count numbering in the millions, spreading densely like locusts all around the outskirts of Wutian City, occupying a vast area. Moreover, countless teams in the rear were still unaware of the situation ahead and continued to advance towards Wutian City. Despite the vast space occupied by the people outside, the extraordinary divine might of the two divine masters allowed their divine sense to observe the situation outside with great clarity. Let's first choose 18 sovereigns. Xiang Zhuiyuan looked towards the sovereign realm cultivators among the people outside the city. Ancestor Wutian nodded as well, observing the countless sovereign realm cultivators. An 8-star sovereign realm, although he has not yet reached the limits of the sovereign realm, his bone age is very small, suggesting extraordinary talent. Taoist friend, what do you think of this one? Ancestor Wutian pointed to a certain area below. Instantly, countless eyes turned towards that region. In that area was an 8-member team led by the 8-star sovereign pointed out by Ancestor Wutian. This 8-star sovereign had not expected to be the first chosen by Ancestor Wutian. Seeing both Ancestor Wutian and Xiang Zhuiyuan looking at him, his complexion immediately turned deathly pale. The 8-star sovereign knew that if he were taken by Xiang Zhuiyuan for treasure refining, there would be absolutely no chance of survival. He had originally hoped that he would not be chosen, escaping the doomed fate of being sacrificed, but now that he had been chosen, it was a certain death sentence. How could he be reconciled? Boom! Almost the moment he was chosen by the two divine masters, a resolute thought flashed through the heart of this 8-star sovereign. Divine light flashed from his body, and he instantly transformed into a radiant beam of divine light, swiftly escaping away from Wutian City. The first sovereign chosen opted to flee directly. Death awaited him if he stayed, but escaping offered a possible chance of survival, so he had to try. Seeing this 8-star sovereign flee, the two divine masters in the void remained unhurried. Xiang Zhuiyuan laughed coldly. Meanwhile, Ancestor Wutian snorted coldly, shaking his sleeve, disappearing from the void. The next moment, countless people saw an earth-shattering explosion coming from the direction where the 8-star sovereign had fled. Following this, everyone saw Ancestor Wutian reappear, capturing the 8-star sovereign as if he were a helpless chick. No matter how fast the escape speed of the 8-star sovereign was, in front of the 6th-level Divine Lord Ancestor Wutian, there was no possibility of escape whatsoever. Taoist friend Xiang, I've caught the person for you. Ancestor Wutian's figure flashed again, returning instantly to Xiang Zhuiyuan's side, and he flung the 8-star sovereign directly in front of Xiang Zhuiyuan. Thank you, Taoist friend Wutian, for taking action. Xiang Zhuiyuan bowed with a faint smile to Ancestor Wutian, and then his expression turned cold as he looked at the 8-star sovereign flung before him. Then, something unexpected happened. Xiang Zhuiyuan reached out with his large hand, directly pulling the 8-star sovereign into his grasp, and then, with a strike, instantly killed the 8-star sovereign on the spot. This 8-star sovereign with a small bone age and extraordinary talent stood no chance of resistance, not even able to avoid, before being struck dead on the scene. Humph, trying to escape? Such a reckless act. After killing the 8-star sovereign, Xiang Zhuiyuan raised his eyebrows and looked directly at the crowd outside Wutian City, filled with shock and disbelief, and said coldly, My master desires to select people for treasure refining. Being chosen is your honor. If another chosen one attempts to escape, they will be killed here like this one. Furthermore, before the killing, I will conduct a soul search, and I won't spare their family either. Consider whether you want to willingly assist my master in treasure refining or die here while implicating your family. Buzz. Xiang Zhuiyuan's words sparked extreme fear in countless people's hearts. They completely hadn't expected Xiang Zhuiyuan to kill the 8-star sovereign. They hadn't imagined Xiang Zhuiyuan's bloodthirstiness would reach such a degree that he would threaten the families of those who attempted to flee. Indeed, the people from the inner sea of the Sea of Exile are much more ruthless than those from the outer sea. They are the butchers, while we are mere fish on the chopping block. For a moment, outside the city, all the people were in a state of lament. Even those with thoughts of escaping completely extinguished their desire to flee, waiting only for Xiang Zhuiyuan's selection to seal their fate. Taoist friend Wutian, let us continue selecting people. Xiang Zhuiyuan looked at the now quiet areas outside Wutian City, nodded in satisfaction, and continued to search among the sovereigns. In an instant, another sovereign was chosen. The chosen sovereign dared not flee, his heart completely desolate, and he flew towards Xiang Zhuiyuan and Ancestor Wutian with a somber face. He had resigned himself to being trapped in this grim situation, accepting his fate. Escape means death, and staying means death. He would not implicate his family. Next sovereign. After the intimidation, the selection process became much more efficient. Soon, all 18 sovereigns needed for treasure refining were selected. Then followed the selection of 36 divine venerables. As they began selecting the divine venerables, Ancestor Wutian and Xiang Zhuiyuan almost simultaneously turned their gaze to Yi Chen. They sensed that Yi Chen's bone age was very young, perhaps the youngest among all the divine venerables present, yet he had already cultivated to the immortal divine venerable realm. Under such circumstances, they naturally recognized Yi Chen's extraordinary talent, and they needed someone with such prodigious talent to assist Zhulong in refining the treasure. You, come up, Xiang Zhuiyuan called out directly to Yi Chen. Whoosh! As Yi Chen was chosen, countless people around him looked at him with sympathy. They knew that this chosen immortal divine venerable was almost certainly never going to return. At this moment, Yi Chen's face appeared grief-stricken, but inside he was sneering repeatedly. He had already formed a plan. If he were chosen, he could conveniently use the opportunity to follow Xiang Zuiyuan and the others to the inner sea, entering from the outer sea without having to find another difficult way in. Prior, Xiang Zuiyuan's sudden killing of the 8 Stars sovereign took Yi Chun by surprise. This made Yi Chen's intent to kill Xiang Zuiyuan even more intense. Let's talk about it once we reach the inner sea. After murmuring to himself, Yi Chun obediently flew to Xiang Zuiyuan and Ancestor Wutian's side on the surface. The two divine masters didn't even glance at Yi Chun, for in their eyes, no matter how talented he was no different from a dead man. The two continued to select the other necessary people. Soon, the 36 divine venerables and 72 divine kings were also selected one after another. Once all the required people were chosen, Xiang Zuiyuan even selected a few more as backup. Then, he concluded the selection. Once the selection was over, those who were not chosen let out a long sigh of relief, while those who were chosen had faces white as a sheet. Those with close ties to the selected wore expressions of utter despair. Good, the selection is over. Many thanks to Taoist friend Wutian for your help this time. Xiang Zuiyuan was satisfied, nodding at the over 100 people he had captured beside him, and then said to Ancestor Wutian, "Now, I must trouble Taoist friend Wutian to send us into the inner sea." "Of course. Taoist friend Xiang, please follow me." Ancestor Wutian replied eagerly. Ancestor Wutian was eager to send away this plague god, Xiang Zuiyuan, from Wutian City as soon as possible, so he would not cause any difficulties regarding the teleportation. He led Xiang Zuiyuan and the selected 18 sovereigns, 36 divine venerables, 72 divine kings, and a few backups toward Wutian City's teleportation array. After the incense stick burned out, Yi Chun, following the group, trailed behind Xiang Zuiyuan and Ancestor Wutian, arriving at a heavily guarded divine light formation inside Wutian City. The next moment, when Ancestor Wutian activated the teleportation array, everyone left on the array was transported directly from the outer sea of the Sea of Exile into the inner sea of the Sea of Exile. Heavenly Dragon Mountain, located in the western sea of the inner Sea of Exile, is a vast black divine mountain floating above the ocean. Just as Yi Chun and the others entered the inner Sea of Exile with Xiang Zuiyuan. On Heavenly Dragon Mountain, 7 masters were gathered together. These 7 masters had all reached the pinnacle level of the Greater Tribulation, just a step away from the Cosmic Emperor realm. At this time, the 7 were gathered around a special furnace, only to hear a peak lord say to a robe-clad master, "Brother Zhulong, is your chaotic demon bowl really as powerful as you claim after it is refined? Soon, our journey to the 9 Bens demon realm will be extremely dangerous. Taking so much time to prepare various things is delaying our preparations on this chaotic demon bowl, which might not be wise." The master in the robe, covered with numerous red scars on his face and with 2 horns on his head, looked extremely peculiar. Upon hearing the master's words beside him, he snorted coldly, "Taoist friend Shui, no need to worry. The method to refine the chaotic demon bowl was found in an ancient tome. Once it's successfully refined, it will greatly increase our chances against a peak cosmic emperor, providing significant aid in our venture into the 9 Bens demon realm. I have already sent my disciples to prepare various materials. With the help of all you Taoist friends, refining this won't take much time. Once this is refined, I will naturally assist you Taoist friends in preparing other items. Since our 7-man team is heading to the 9 Bens demon realm, this time, we must remain united. Until the treasure refining is successful, let us not discuss other matters." Upon hearing the robe-clad master's words, which seemed more like an order than a discussion, the other masters' expressions changed subtly, but as if they remembered something, they all nodded, agreeing to the master in the robe's arrangement without further complaint. Is this the inner sea of the Sea of Exile? After a dizzying teleportation, when Yi Chen's divine sense cleared again, what appeared before him was the same vast sea. However, unlike the azure-blue waters of the outer sea, the waters of the inner sea appeared deep black, resembling a devouring black hole, stretching endlessly. Just from the appearance of the water, it was evident that the inner sea and outer sea were completely different. Looking into the distance, one could frequently see terrifying storms appearing over the sea. The inner sea, at first glance, was not as peaceful as the outer sea. Upon reaching the inner sea of the Sea of Exile, Xiang Zuiyuan visibly became much more excited. He looked at Yi Chen and the others and spoke. "This inner sea is extremely perilous. Follow me closely, and I will guide you safely to where my lord resides." The crowd, hearing Xiang Zuiyuan's words, gave no response. Many looked ashen-faced, devoid of any spirit. After all, this was a death mission. They knew that upon reaching Zhulong's heavenly dragon mountain, at the moment of treasure refining, it would mark their demise. In such a situation, they were naturally not as excited as Xiang Zuiyuan. "Keep up." Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Xiang Zuiyuan frowned. "What? Do you still want to escape?" Seeing a sovereign dawdling, Xiang Zuiyuan suddenly lashed out with divine power, striking the sovereign fiercely into the sea below, then swept him back with divine power, leaving the sovereign covered in blood, even spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Xiang Zuiyuan didn't care at all, and even harshly reprimanded the sovereign. This sovereign was a 7-star sovereign, but had no power to resist in front of Xiang Zuiyuan. "If you're slow again and hinder my lord's treasure refining, don't blame me for taking it out on your family. Move faster for me." After reprimanding that sovereign, Xiang Zuiyuan raised an eyebrow, looking at the others, and similarly scolded them. At this moment, those captured by Xiang Zuiyuan hurriedly followed. Yi Chen saw the empty sea around him, and then saw the beaten sovereign, but walked slowly behind. Seeing someone dared to dawdle after his reprimand, Xiang Zuiyuan's anger surged to his head. Seeing that Yi Chen was merely an immortal divine venerable, Xiang Zuiyuan was even more furious. "You, an immortal divine venerable, dare to dawdle here for me? What I said, are you deaf and didn't hear?" He rolled his hand, forming a terrifying whip of divine power, lashing it fiercely at Yi Chen. The divine power surging on the whip was even more terrifying than what had struck the 7-star sovereign before. Seeing Xiang Zuiyuan's look, it seemed he wanted to beat Yi Chen to death to scare the others. Xiang Zuiyuan also had a few substitutes with him and didn't seem to worry about lacking numbers. Seeing the terrifying whip of divine power with its extremely violent killing force lashing at Yi Chen, many sovereigns, divine venerables, and divine kings called out in shock. At this moment, something happened that shocked these sovereigns, divine venerables, and divine kings to the extreme. They saw that the seemingly young immortal divine venerable, who had no presence in the group, merely smiled softly and flicked a finger, dissolving the terrifying killing force of the whip of divine power into the void. The whip of divine power that even a 7-star sovereign could not withstand was easily shattered by this small immortal divine venerable. This situation shocked the sovereigns, divine venerables, and divine kings to the extreme. Many even had an inexplicable thought rise in their hearts. Could it be that this death mission might turn into a chance for survival? But as soon as this thought arose, they didn't believe it themselves. After all, the gap between this immortal divine venerable and Xiang Zuiyuan, a 5th realm divine master, was simply too great. They had never heard of an immortal divine venerable resisting a divine master. Even though this immortal divine venerable had shattered Xiang Zuiyuan's whip of divine power earlier, it was clear Xiang Zuiyuan hadn't exerted his full strength at that time. Probably, if he killed with all his might, the divine might of a divine master could completely obliterate this immortal divine venerable, reducing him to ashes. As these people were lost in thought, when Xiang Zuiyuan saw his whip of divine power shattered, his face changed, and his anger grew fiercer. With countless eyes gathering on him, Yi Chen casually stretched his arms, looked at the vast inner sea of the Sea of Exile, and said calmly, "Finally, we've reached the inner sea of the Sea of Exile." Following this group to the inner sea saved a lot of trouble. Yi Chen's words made the hearts of the captured sovereigns, divine venerables, and divine kings leap. This immortal divine venerable was deliberately captured? He just wanted to come to the inner sea. Could it be? He truly can handle Xiang's Weiyuan, this divine master lord? Feeling this possibility growing, those who were previously hopeless now felt an inexplicable ecstasy rising from their hearts. Yi Chen's subsequent words completely delighted these people. After speaking to himself, Yi Chen directly looked at Xiang's Weiyuan, and without waiting for him to speak, Yi Chen said calmly, "Divine Master, can you casually capture people to die? Xiang's Weiyuan, will you take your own life, or do I need to act?" Yi Chen directly pressured Xiang's Weiyuan. From Yi Chen's words, the nearby sovereigns, divine venerables, and divine kings could clearly feel that Yi Chen completely disregarded Xiang's Weiyuan, the divine master. "Take my own life?" Hearing Yi Chen's words, Xiang's Weiyuan felt an inexplicable chill run through his body. It seemed that this young man before him truly could exert immense pressure on him. However, the divine masters might made Xiang's Weiyuan unwilling to believe that this small immortal divine venerable before him could kill him. This inexplicable provocation further incited Xiang's Weiyuan's murderous intent. He stared at Yi Chen and said coldly, "An insignificant immortal divine venerable, what audacity! You truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In that case, let me show you the true might of a divine master." Boom! As Xiang's Weiyuan spoke, the divine power from his body soared into the sky, making him akin to a giant beast that could swallow the heavens, standing tall over the vast ocean. The unparalleled killing force rolled towards Yi Chen like a tempest. The mere oscillation of divine power sent the surrounding sovereigns, divine venerables, and divine kings flying, and caused giant waves to surge over the ocean below. At the very center of the amassed divine power, the eye of the storm was directly aimed at Yi Chen. Yet, even though the storm of killing force was terrifying, Yi Chen's expression did not waver in the slightest. What a joke! Back in the primal beginning universe, Yi Chen dared to face and even kill Hua Tianjue, who was countless times stronger than Xiang's Weiyuan, and he had even destroyed the divine soul of a cosmic emperor. So why would he fear the killing force of this divine master? This time, Yi Chen felt confident he could absolutely kill this divine master without even using the divine treasures on him. "Seems like you're unwilling to end yourself, forcing me to act personally?" Facing the unmatched killing force, Yi Chen merely smiled faintly, saying this before his sleeve swirled to shatter the storm of killing force with an ultimate thick divine power aura. He even made the entire void completely stabilize. He completely suppressed Xiang's Weiyuan, the fivefold divine master, within a large span of void. With one move, Yi Chen proved that Xiang's Weiyuan was no match for him at all. As they felt Yi Chen's immensely thick divine power aura and saw the powerful divine master Xiang's Weiyuan suppressed motionlessly within a span of void, those sovereigns, divine venerables, and divine kings who had been sent flying were in disbelief. Could this immortal divine venerable really defeat Xiang's Weiyuan? This immortal divine venerable actually has such terrifying divine power. Why is the divine power of an immortal divine venerable so vast? We're saved, we're saved. Many of these sovereigns, divine venerables, and divine kings were so moved that tears fell. Originally resigned to their fate, the sudden possibility of survival made it hard for them not to be overjoyed. Kill Xiang's Weiyuan. Destroy this scourge. Someone even shouted excitedly at Yi Chen. "My lord, please kill Xiang's Weiyuan and save our lives. My lord, save us." As one person spoke out, others quickly realized, and instantly, everyone called out to Yi Chen for help, begging him to kill Xiang's Weiyuan. Hearing the shouts of the crowd, Yi Chen smiled, turned to look at them, nodded, then looked towards Xiang's Weiyuan and said, "Although I just arrived at the Sea of Exile, I've heard of its dangers and bloodiness. However, since I've encountered this situation, resolving it is only a simple matter. Xiang's Weiyuan, blame your own vicious methods. You'll be executed." Yi Chen's words left Xiang's Weiyuan, who was repressed in a span of void, utterly horrified. His thoughts immediately turned to his master Zhulong, and he thought of a life-saving divine object left by Zhulong, desperately wanting to call upon it for rescue. "Spare me, senior. Spare me." Xiang Zhuiyuan continuously begged Yi Chun for mercy while desperately surging divine power, trying to escape Yi Chen's suppression to activate that life-saving divine object. At this moment, it seemed as if Yi Chun sensed something. "What tricks are you trying to pull?" Yi Chun shook his head. "Let alone you. Even if your master Zhulong himself were here, how could he stop me from killing you?" Yi Chun didn't want to waste time with Xiang Zhuiyuan or witness any more of his tricks. A flash of divine light appeared in Yi Chen's hand, and a fearsome spatial rift resembling lightning suddenly appeared where Xiang Zhuiyuan was. The spatial rift directly devoured and sliced, instantly killing Xiang Zhuiyuan on the spot, completely consuming even his corpse and divine soul. Just like that, the fivefold divine master realm Xiang Zhuiyuan was executed on the spot. After killing Xiang Zhuiyuan, Yi Chun turned to those sovereigns, divine venerables, and divine kings who were gleefully and reverently staring at him, smiling as he said, "You are free now. Whether you continue exploring the inner sea of the Sea of Exile or return to the outer sea is up to you. I shall take my leave first." Having said this, Yi Chun was about to leave. From the crowd, a 9-star sovereign prostrated before Yi Chun, saying, "We don't know your esteemed name, sir, but your life-saving grace is something I will never forget. Yes, please leave your name, sir. We will always be grateful." The others also prostrated before Yi Chun. At this moment, they no longer considered Yi Chun just an immortal divine venerable. They believed he was hiding his realm and saw him as a profoundly powerful being far beyond the level of a divine master. Seeing their expressions, Yi Chun simply waved his hand. "There's no need to mind what I'm called. I come from other realms and will soon return there. It's just a brief encounter. No need to hold on to it." After these words, Yi Chen's form disappeared from the void instantly. "This sir comes from other realms. My goodness, could this sir be another great figure who has stumbled into the Sea of Exile?" It's said that those great figures who inadvertently enter the Sea of Exile are even more terrifying than those exiled here from the cosmic sea. Long after Yi Chun had vanished, the remaining sovereigns, divine venerables, and divine kings were still left shocked in the area. Yi Chun didn't care what those sovereigns, divine venerables, and divine kings he rescued thought. Nor did he care whether they continued to roam the inner sea or intended to return to the outer sea. After disappearing from the place where he killed Xiang Zhuiyuan, within a few breaths, Yi Chun had already traveled hundreds of thousands of miles away. Yi Chun revealed himself directly. He extended his hand, and at some unknown moment, a strange blood-colored pattern had appeared in his palm. It seems that things haven't ended so simply yet. Looking at the blood-colored pattern, Yi Chun let out a cold smile. "Let's head to another region, lest those I rescued be discovered and suffer a fatal disaster." After murmuring to himself, Yi Chun disappeared from the spot in an instant. When Yi Chun successively disappeared after killing Xiang Zhuiyuan, in the vast Black Divine Mountain, Heavenly Dragon Mountain, located in the Western Sea region of the Inner Sea in the Sea of Exile, Zhulong, the Taoist in a robe who was gathering with the other 6 great overlords to prepare for treasure refining, suddenly halted his actions, his face turning extremely unsightly. "What's wrong, Brother Zhulong?" Seeing the Taoist overlord's expression, the other overlords were momentarily startled and asked one after another. The Zhulong Taoist coldly snorted. "Someone actually has the audacity to kill my disciple." As he spoke, Zhulong Taoist waved his hand, and a void projection immediately appeared above everyone's heads. Looking up at the void projection, the scene in the projection was exactly where Yi Chun killed Xiang Zhuiyuan. When they saw Yi Chun, in the realm of an immortal divine venerable, suppress Xiang Zhuiyuan, who was in the 5th tier of the divine master realm, with one move, and then use an unbelievable killing technique to directly kill Xiang Zhuiyuan, the 6 great overlords beside him all revealed strange expressions. That 5-tier divine master was Zhulong's disciple? And that immortal divine venerable looks incredibly young, barely in the divine venerable realm, still far from the divine master realm. Yet even Zhulong's disciple was no match. Where did this young man come from? These people could only see Yi Chun killing Xiang Zhuiyuan in the void projection, but they couldn't hear Yi Chen's voice and could only speculate about Yi Chen's origins. Moreover, since the deceased was not their disciple, they even faintly had the intent of mocking Zhulong Daoist in their hearts. These people conversed without any anger on their faces, and this scene only added fuel to the flames in Zhulong Daoist's heart. These few people probably think they're watching a joke. My disciple couldn't even handle a young immortal divine venerable. I can only imagine how they're mocking me in their hearts. Even many cosmic emperors in the inner sea would show me Zhulong some respect. That young immortal divine venerable dares to be so arrogant, killing my disciple, truly ignorant of the height of the heavens. This person must be killed. Otherwise, countless others will bully me, Zhulong. Passing thoughts arose in his mind. Zhulong Daoist looked at the other 6 overlords and sneered. So, esteemed Taoist friends evidently have no intention of helping me kill that young one? That young one killed my disciple, delaying the progress of refining the chaotic demon bowl, wasting all of our time. Well then, if you're not taking action, I will personally do so. Zhulong Daoist's words made the other overlords smile sheepishly. No need to be angry, brother Zhulong. Although that immortal divine venerable seems a bit unusual, his killing force, which I've sensed, only reaches the divine master level, not much higher than your disciple. For a young one like him, there's no need for so many of us overlords to act. Of course, if brother Zhulong wants to take action personally, we'll accompany you to meet this young one, to see brother Zhulong display your divine might and intimidate those of minor status. However, the inner sea is vast. Does brother Zhulong know where that young immortal divine venerable is hiding? Upon hearing these words, Zhulong Daoist sneered. Every disciple I send out to work for me carries my prohibition. That young one killed my disciple, naturally touching upon my prohibition. Even if he hides to the ends of the earth, I will track him down. By now, I suspect he's already discovered my prohibition and is desperately fleeing. Since esteemed Taoist friends wish to watch the spectacle, accompany me to reveal this matter. Meanwhile, let's gather the people we need for treasure refining en route, to avoid wasting endless time by sending people out again. Zhulong Daoist settled on a plan. The other 6 overlords exchanged glances and nodded. In the next moment, these 7 overlords vanished from the heavenly dragon mountain. The inner sea of the Sea of Exile truly is completely different from the outer sea. While flickering through the void, Yi Chen continually altered his course and observed the scenery of the inner sea. At present, he was still at the outer edge of the inner sea, not having reached the truly terrifying areas of the inner sea. But even so, Yi Chen encountered many terrifying great demons and faced several battles. Of course, with Yi Chen's cautious defenses, he hadn't been drawn into these killing traps. At this moment, feeling the blood-colored pattern on his hand growing ever hotter, Yi Chen knew that the master of Xiangzuyuan, Zhulong Daoist, was likely drawing closer and closer. Under such circumstances, Yi Chen naturally didn't want to provoke other troubles. Deal with that Zhulong Daoist first. Thus, continuing to fly, several hours later, Yi Chen suddenly stopped above a certain void in the inner sea. Almost at the same moment Yi Chen stopped, from another direction in the void, space was directly torn apart. A Tao-robed sovereign emerged from that space and intercepted Yi Chen. Worthy of being a genius junior who could kill my disciples, to have discovered my movements so quickly. As soon as the Tao-robed sovereign appeared, he fixed a cold gaze on Yi Chen and spoke. Was this Tao-robed sovereign not Zhulong, who came from Heavenly God Mountain to assassinate Yi Chen? Your Excellency must be Zhulong, the master of Xiangzuyuan, at the peak of the overlord level? Yi Chen looked at Zhulong, his expression unchanged, and spoke directly. Zhulong sneered coldly. Given that you know I am a peak lord, you still dare to attack my disciples. Truly bold. Tell me, how do you wish to die? In Zhulong's threatening words, Yi Chen did not respond, instead looked towards another direction and said, Since the other friends have come together, why not show yourselves as well? As Yi Chen spoke, a surprised voice echoed from that space. Then space was torn, and the other 6 great overlords revealed themselves. We specifically hid behind Zhulong, yet you managed to detect us. It seems you truly are extraordinary. Young man, where do you come from? And where in the inner sea are you headed? One of the 6 great overlords asked Yi Chun. Yi Chun looked at the 6 great overlords and then at Zhu Long. To these inquiries, Yi Chun naturally wouldn't reveal his secrets, considering they were enemies rather than friends. Yi Chun directly said to the 7, "So, all 7 of you came together, intending to jointly take action against me? If that's the case, let's not waste words, strike." Yi Chen's calm words caused these peak lords to be taken aback. These ancient demons, having cultivated for countless ages, were all deep in thought, pondering. Could this junior have some major trump card? Otherwise, why wouldn't he fear facing the 7 great overlords? But he is merely an immortal divine venerable. No matter how formidable, he shouldn't be capable of confronting peak lords. Could he have powerful seniors nearby? Those of cosmic emperor level. Thinking of this, these peak lords hurriedly sensed around, but after searching, they found nothing. It's impossible for cosmic emperor level seniors to be nearby. Otherwise, he wouldn't be fleeing in various ways, facing matters directly instead. Cosmic emperor seniors wouldn't let him struggle so much. Even their appearance alone would resolve this. Could it be he's merely bluffing? While the 6 great overlords speculated in various ways, Zhu Long was left with a mixture of emotions on his face from Yi Chen's words. Ridiculous. You, an immortal divine venerable, even if you can kill in the divine master realm, do you truly think you could be the opponent of a lord? Do you really believe you possess the ability for us 7 to collectively deal with you? Killing you is but a mere gesture. Boom! While speaking, Zhu Long lightly flicked his hand. Instantly, that strange blood-colored pattern in Yi Chen's palm formed a terrifying flame, starting to burn fiercely, appearing as though it was going to engulf Yi Chen. The prohibition I placed can extinguish you. If not for wanting to personally witness your downfall, I wouldn't have bothered coming here. Seeing Yi Chen instantly swallowed by the flames, Zhu Long sneered. Yet, the next moment, the sneer froze on Zhu Long's face. He suddenly realized that Yi Chen, swallowed by the endless flames, appeared again from within the fire, and the prohibition flames surrounding him grew smaller, eventually turning back into a blood-colored pattern. In fact, Yi Chen swung his palm, directly flinging the blood-colored pattern off. Did you truly think I couldn't counter your prohibition? I kept it only to deal with you directly, to avoid further troubles. Having dispelled the prohibition, Yi Chen looked directly at Zhu Long, speaking calmly. What Zhu Long wished to extinguish Yi Chen with flames. Unknowingly, Yi Chen had long refined the change of devouring fire within the chaotic heavenly hall, having mastery over fire even stronger than many lords. After all, the mysterious change of devouring fire could lead to cosmic emperor-level fire insights. The level of prohibition flames was merely low overlord level, unable to pose the slightest trouble for Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen emerge from the prohibition's extinction, even claiming to be waiting to specifically resolve Zhu Long, ending this incident, such words changed the faces of the 6 great overlords beside him, while Zhu Long's killing intent grew fiercer. You want to kill me? Let's see if you possess that ability. I want to see how you, an immortal divine venerable, will kill me. No matter how talented, I've never seen anyone capable of such cross-realm killing force. Saying this, Zhu Long suddenly swung his Dao robe, instantly releasing 5 white chains like thunder, fearfully rapping towards Yi Chen. The killing force of these white chains had already reached peak lord level, clearly Zhu Long's truly powerful divine treasure, far exceeding the prohibition flame's prowess. The killing force at the peak lord level appeared, causing the entire world to tremble instantly. The white chains, resembling lightning, seemed capable of completely locking the entire world. On the white chains were clusters of terrifying electrical arcs, each arc strong enough to annihilate figures at the 9 Divine Master level, and even weaker figures at the Overlord level. The countless arcs combined were enough to kill many upper dominion figures. This kind of killing force was simply unstoppable. Zhu Long absolutely believed that Yi Chen couldn't withstand it. Of course, Yi Chen's own combat power was indeed incapable of resisting such terrifying white chains. However, Yi Chen wasn't any ordinary immortal divine venerable. He possessed the immense wealth of a peak cosmic emperor. Though his combat power was insufficient, Yi Chen had world-shattering divine objects at his disposal, some even capable of dealing with cosmic emperors. No matter how frightening Zhulong was, he was just a peak lord and hadn't reached cosmic emperor level. So why would Yi Chen fear him? This was why Yi Chen dared to face the 7 great overlords, including Zhulong. Seeing the white chains winding towards him, Yi Chen pointed into the void with his hand. Instantly, a set of purple gold armor appeared on Yi Chen's body. Once the armor was attached to Yi Chen, it immediately emitted ring after ring of mysterious light. These rings resembling layers of protective divine light, shielding Yi Chen's entire body completely. When the terrifying 5 white chains driven by Zhulong touched the mysterious light emitted by the purple gold armor, something happened that shocked Zhulong along with the remaining 6 great overlords. No matter how strong the white chains' killing force was, or how infinite their power seemed, they were completely blocked by the mysterious light of the purple gold armor, unable to approach Yi Chen's body, let alone lock Yi Chen entirely. The white chains at the peak lord level had absolutely no attacking effect on Yi Chen. You are. Upon seeing this scene, Zhulong was completely incredulous. What in the world is this divine treasure? After a moment of shock, Zhulong screamed out, looking at Yi Chen with eyes filled with a blood-red color. It was the ultimate expression of greed. Zhulong never imagined that Yi Chen would have such a precious set of armor on him. Zhulong sensed that the purple gold armor on Yi Chen was likely a cosmic emperor-level divine armor. Even though Zhulong was a peak lord, he didn't have such a defensive item, which drove him mad. He now wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Chen immediately and seize the purple gold armor. It wasn't just Zhulong. Even the 6 other great overlords beside him showed eyes filled with greed when they saw Yi Chen's armor. However, none acted recklessly. After all, Yi Chen could casually bring out such divine objects, which made them somewhat fearful. These overlords did not act, but Zhulong, who had already attacked Yi Chen, did not stop and had no intention of stopping. Seeing the white chains attack fail, Zhulong opened his hand and clawed, directly retracting the white chains. Simultaneously, he clutched his other hand abruptly, making a walnut-sized blue bead appear in his hand. You think you can rely solely on this divine armor to block my attacks? I'd like to see how long you can block. Zhulong screamed, and with a roll of divine light in his hand, the blue bead instantly flew into the air. In the air, the blue bead expanded rapidly, reaching hundreds of meters in size within the blink of an eye. Trap! Zhulong pointed at the blue bead, and the expanding bead transformed into a torrent of liquid, frantically rushing towards Yi Chen's surroundings. In an instant, it formed a giant cocoon-like bead mass around Yi Chen, trapping him within the bead. This Zhulong was unable to break Yi Chen's divine armor with attacks. Thus he intended to use a treasure directly to trap Yi Chen. Defensive treasures can only defend, not attack. I'd like to see how you can escape when I'm just trapping you. If you can't escape, I'll take you whole to my cave and refine you completely. Zhulong watched Yi Chen completely trapped in the blue bead formation with a sneer on his face. However, in the next moment, Zhulong's sneer stopped abruptly. Do you think I only have the 7 spirits armor? Yi Chen's voice came from inside the blue bead. Then, piercing light emanated from within the blue bead. Suddenly, it seemed as though infinite power was attacking the blue bead, and within a single breath, there was a loud explosion. The blue bead, a trapping treasure at the peak lord level, was directly burst open. Yi Chen's figure reappeared. This time, not only did Yi Chen have the powerful defensive purple gold divine armor 7 spirits armor on him, but he also held a divine object in his hand, a glittering crystal white divine sword. It was the divine sword that exploded the blue bead. When Zhulong's gaze settled on the crystal white divine sword in Yi Chen's hand, his eyes widened. Yet another cosmic emperor-level divine object? Zhulong could sense that the divine sword in Yi Chen's hand radiated the true combat power and divine might of a cosmic emperor. This made Zhulong's mind and spirit tremble. The other 6 great overlords on the side were both completely surprised and immensely relieved. They were surprised that Yi Chun, such a minor immortal divine venerable, actually possessed cosmic emperor-level treasures, and not just one. One must know that cosmic emperor-level treasures are something that even many cosmic emperors have few of. It's impossible to just give them to others, not even the closest juniors. At most they might help refine some life-saving talismans. The 6 peak lords, including Zhulong, have accumulated countless years and opportunities, yet they only possess a few cosmic emperor-level life-saving items, and those aren't even very powerful. For someone like Yi Chun, who has attained the immortal divine venerable realm, to possess 2 cosmic emperor-level divine objects is simply unimaginable. What these people didn't know was that the treasures in Yi Chun's possession were not given by any cosmic emperor, but were obtained after he annihilated the divine soul of a peak cosmic emperor. If these overlords knew that Yi Chun had once killed the divine soul of a peak cosmic emperor, the 6 great overlords on the side would probably be so scared they would run away, and Zhulong would even be scared to death. The 6 great overlords were even more relieved that they hadn't attacked Yi Chun earlier, leaving room for the situation to be salvaged. Otherwise, if they and Zhulong had attacked together, they would now find themselves in a most difficult situation. After all, facing Yi Chun, who possesses both a defensive and offensive cosmic emperor-level divine object, they have no assurance of complete victory. As these 6 overlords were secretly sighing with relief, Zhulong's heart was growing heavier. Zhulong knew that having Yi Chun spare him was essentially impossible, and now he had only one path: to fight Yi Chun with everything he had. Must I truly use my chaotic demon bowl treasure? However, if it were a fully refined chaotic demon bowl, I'd have some confidence even against a peak cosmic emperor. But since the chaotic demon bowl is still far from being completely refined, if I force its use, the divine might would only reach the level of a 2nd-star tribulation cosmic emperor. I wonder if it can suppress the 2 great divine treasures in this immortal divine venerable's hand? Zhulong's mind raced with thoughts. At this time, Yi Chun, holding the crystal white divine sword, was not waiting for Zhulong to make a decision. Yi Chun gave Zhulong a cold glance, a flash of divine light in his hand, and that crystal white divine sword transformed into a beam of divine light, shooting toward Zhulong. As a peak lord, Zhulong was extremely close to the cosmic emperor level, and he also possessed 1 or 2 cosmic emperor level life-saving trump cards. Seeing Yi Chun's divine sword shooting towards him, Zhulong did not know if his life-saving trump card would withstand it. He dared not try it recklessly. If it failed, he would lose his life directly. I can only respond with my strongest means. In an instant, Zhulong made up his mind. A flash of black light appeared in his hand, and an unformed divine object appeared before him. This was a black object, bowl-shaped, inscribed with strange characters. Though those characters were obviously unfinished, only a small portion was inscribed, making it appear incomplete. At the same time, the killing force on this bowl-shaped divine object fluctuated between strong and weak. When weak, it was merely at the overlord level. When strong, it reached the 2nd-star tribulation cosmic emperor level. This black object was, of course, Zhulong's most powerful card, the chaotic demon bowl. Facing life and death danger, the cautious Zhulong brought out his strongest card. Even unfinished, the chaotic demon bowl already possessed considerable divine might. It immediately entered its strongest state as Zhulong drove it, heading to meet Yi Chun's incoming crystal white divine sword. Boom! When the divine sword collided with the bowl, the entire chaotic demon bowl trembled, while Yi Chun's divine sword was directly knocked back by the chaotic demon bowl's force. From this clash, it was apparent that Yi Chun's divine sword didn't seem as powerful as the chaotic demon bowl. Seeing this, Zhulong's heart filled with joy. He commanded the chaotic demon bowl to continue attacking Yi Chun, and he also turned to the 6 great overlords on the side, saying, "Fellow Taoists, are you just here to enjoy the show? Join me in this attack and kill this brat. The treasures on him will be for you to distribute. I will take none." Zhulong tried to tempt the other 6 great overlords using the treasures Yi Chen possessed to strike. These 6 great overlords were all peak lords, just a step away from the Cosmic Emperor realm. They also had Cosmic Emperor level life-saving cards, which, although not the strongest of the Cosmic Emperor level, when 6 of them joined forces, combined with the chaotic demon bowl capable of rivaling Yi Chen's divine sword, they indeed had a high likelihood of killing Yi Chen. Zhulong's call caused the 6 people to glance quickly at each other. In fact, 2 of them flew directly to Zhulong's side, loudly saying, "Zhulong, let me lend you a hand to vanquish this junior. Zhulong, let's kill this person together." However, the remaining 4 overlords did not move. Seeing this, Zhulong sneered at the other 4 and said, "If you don't act when we kill him, there will be no good stuff left for you." As Zhulong spoke, the 4 exchanged glances but still did not step up. Instead, they said from the side, "It's not appropriate for us to interfere in the dispute between 2 fellow Taoists." These 4 dared not risk for the treasures on Yi Chen. They would rather not have Yi Chen's treasures than get involved in this muddy water. Seeing the 4 not taking action, Zhulong's expression grew grim. He shouted to the 4, "If you won't assist me, then there's no need for us to team up for the 9 Bens Demon Realm either." Mentioning the 9 Bens Demon Realm, the change in their expressions was obvious. However, they hesitated for a moment and still did not move. Seeing the 4 ultimately unwilling to act, Zhulong sneered repeatedly. He turned to the 2 peak lords who were ready to fight alongside him and said, "Then fellow Taoist Wang, fellow Taoist Sima, let the 3 of us vanquish this junior before us. You 2 guard against this junior's actions, and I'll personally use the chaotic demon bowl to take him down." Upon hearing Zhulong's words, the other 2 peak lords sneered, "Zhulong, don't worry. With the 3 of us taking action, no matter how monstrous this kid is, capturing and killing him won't be a problem." Both of the 2 peak lords slapped their respective storage spaces. Suddenly, one peak lord held a black flag treasure, while the other wielded a golden spear divine treasure. Together with Zhulong wielding the chaotic demon bowl, the 3 peak lords attacked Yi Chen. The Wang peak lord with the black flag intended to seal Yi Chen completely within the flag's formation. Meanwhile, Sima overlord, wielding the golden spear, blocked all possible escape routes for Yi Chen. In the middle, Zhulong sneered repeatedly, directly using the chaotic demon bowl to try to kill Yi Chen completely. The combined assault of the 3 peak lords was terrifying. Even if the other 4 peak lords didn't want to risk attacking Yi Chen, they couldn't help but feel anxious for Yi Chen, uncertain if he had the means to counter such a formidable situation alone against 3. This youngster probably still has some tricks, thought the 4 peak lords, noticing Yi Chen's calm demeanor in the face of an attack from the 3 peak lords. At that moment, they saw that Yi Chen moved. As Zhulong and the other 2 charged at him, something appeared in Yi Chen's hand. It was a fist-sized, crystal-clear, and dazzling ice pearl. This ice pearl was the ancient origin ice bead that Yi Chen had obtained in the chaotic heavenly hall, used to kill Hua Tianjue, the leader of the primordial God Mountain expedition. Hua Tianjue, capable of holding the title of strongest peak lord in Blue Gold City, was far stronger than Zhulong and the other 2. Zhulong and his companions wielded, at most, weak cosmic emperor-level treasures. But Hua Tianjue's Heaven's Wrath could nearly reach the Star Lord level in terms of treasure power. Even with Heaven's Wrath in hand, Hua Tianjue was killed by Yi Chen, utilizing the ancient origin ice bead ahead of time. So why would Yi Chen fear the much weaker Zhulong trio now? The ancient origin ice bead, a true cosmic emperor-level treasure, and among the finest cosmic emperor-level treasures. When he acquired it, there was information in the treasure cave describing it. This bead could freeze anything below the Star-Lord realm, whether man or beast. Even against a peak cosmic emperor, Yi Chen could activate this bead to freeze them. Facing Zhulong's trio, Yi Chen had no fears, certainly not when equipped with this bead. In reality, Yi Chen had numerous treasures capable of killing the 3. He could easily kill them with Heaven's Wrath, a relic he obtained after defeating Hua Tianjue. However, upon entering the Sea of Exile, Many treasures from the primal beginning universe, including Heaven's Wrath, could no longer be used. But the ancient origin ice bead, obtained from the chaotic heavenly hall, remained unaffected and usable. Yichun speculated that the connection between the chaotic heavenly hall and the Sea of Exile was such that its treasures remained unaffected, possibly due to a special relationship between them. In these circumstances, Yichun opted not to use other treasures but directly brought out the ancient origin ice bead. Moreover, he had specific intentions for choosing this particular treasure. Otherwise, any divine treasure could have sufficed to slay Zhulong's trio. Boom! Leaving aside Yi Chen's mental calculations. The instant Yi Chen revealed the ancient origin ice bead, all 7 peak lords turned visibly pale. The 4 peak lords who had not attacked Yi Chen stood aside, witnessing everything clearly. The 4 recognized that the suddenly appearing bead in Yi Chen's hand was an incredible treasure, far surpassing the purplish golden armor and the crystalline white divine sword Yi Chen used earlier. The crystalline white divine sword and purplish golden armor seemed like weaker cosmic emperor-level treasures. But Yi Chen's ice bead exuded an aura that bested all cosmic emperor-level treasures. It seemed this bead was mightier than any cosmic emperor-level treasure. What is this treasure? The 4 uninvolved peak lords were on the verge of shouting. They were now fully convinced that Yi Chen, holding this treasure, could certainly eliminate Zhulong's trio. They were immensely relieved they hadn't attacked Yi Chen. Otherwise, they were sure that even if the 4 of them attacked together, Yi Chen would still extinguish them all. The 4 were utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Zhulong and his companions, now directly facing Yi Chen, were ashen with despair. In the moment Yi Chen drew out the ice bead, they felt their treasures weaken, almost as if met with an object superior to them, stalling even their divine power. The trio sensed the terrifying freezing power emanating from the bead, realizing no amount of strength could block it. Spare us, young friend. Don't kill me, friend. Instant realization made Zhulong's trio cry out for mercy. But it was too late. Yi Chen, already holding the ancient origin ice bead, wouldn't let these 3, who conspired to kill him, escape. As soon as Yi Chen infused divine power into his hand, in an instant, the ice pearl unleashed an extremely terrifying ice seal force, directly engulfing Zhulong and the other 2. The 3 of them were completely unable to resist and were instantly frozen. Thud, thud, thud. Following that, within the power of the ice seal, 3 overwhelmingly dreadful killing forces surged, directly targeting the physical bodies and divine souls of the 3. In a blink of an eye, the 3 of them were completely exterminated on the spot. In the inner Sea of Exile, Zhulong, the master of Heavenly Dragon Mountain, along with 2 other peak lords, were thus killed by Yi Chen. All this happened in just an instant. When Yi Chen dispelled the ice seal power and collected all the treasures left by the 3 after their deaths, including the ancient origin ice bead, and then turned to look at the 4 on the side, the 4 peak lords were still stunned on the spot. Dead. Peak lords, even Zhulong, were killed like this? The 4 peak lords, who had roamed the Sea of Exile for many years, had encountered many terrifying cosmic emperors. But even those cosmic emperors didn't give them as much of a shock as Yi Chen did. After all, Yi Chen was just an immortal divine venerable, yet he could so easily kill figures of the peak lord level using treasures. The 4 only felt that a single thought could decide life and death, and if their thoughts were slightly mistaken, they might have already vanished completely from the world by now. For fellow Taoists, it wasn't until Yi Chen called out to them again that the 4 were awoken from their stupor. Taoist! Seeing Yi Chen looking their way, the 4 hurriedly clasped their fists and bowed, their eyes filled with awe as they gazed at Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the 4. It seems pulling out the ancient origin ice bead really scared them. Yi Chen thought to himself. This was exactly the situation Yi Chen wanted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought out the ancient origin ice bead. Judging by their fear, if he asks them anything, they probably wouldn't dare lie. For fellow Taoists, I have some questions I wish to inquire about. Yi Chen paused and then asked the 4. As expected, in the instant Yi Chen spoke, the 4 spoke in unison to Yi Chen. Whatever questions the Taoist has, do speak. We will certainly tell you everything we know. Please, Taoist, spare us. We didn't attack you. The words of the four made Yi-Chan smile. Rest assured, fellow Taoists, I am not one who kills wantonly. If not for Zhulong and the other two attacking me, I wouldn't have killed them. Yi-Chen's words made the four exhale deeply in relief. What I want to ask is whether there is any place in the inner sea of exile that can enhance one's cultivation. Also, earlier Zhulong mentioned something about teaming up for the Nine Bends Demon Realm. I noticed you seemed uneasy. What's the story behind that? After placating the four briefly, Yi-Chen finally asked what he wanted to know. This sudden arrival in the Sea of Exile, Yi-Chen's first goal is to return to the primal beginning universe. But there's no rush in that matter concerning the primal beginning universe. What remains is the issue of enhancing his power. Since there are many strong beings in the Sea of Exile, surely there are plenty of opportunities Yi-Chen doesn't want to miss out on. Taoist, are you new to the Sea of Exile? Upon hearing Yi-Chen's question, the four were startled, and thinking of Yi-Chen's astounding display, they realized one thing. It's highly possible that Yi-Chen is another formidable genius who accidentally entered the Sea of Exile. One of them directly said to Yi-Chen, Taoist, within the Sea of Exile, there are numerous places to enhance one's cultivation. If needed, I can inscribe all of them onto a jade slip and give it to you. Seeing Yi-Chen nod, this person swiftly took out a jade slip, pressed it to his forehead, and started inscribing. The other three, seeing this, quickly spoke to Yi-Chen. Taoist, coming new to the Sea of Exile and being so extraordinary, you seem unfamiliar with the place. You clearly haven't been exiled from the cosmic sea. So you must be a top genius who accidentally entered the Sea of Exile. A top genius who accidentally entered the Sea of Exile? Yi-Chen's eyes shone as he looked at the four. Are there others like me who accidentally entered the Sea of Exile? Yes, Taoist, within the Sea of Exile, many powerful beings did not come from being exiled from the cosmic sea, nor are they natives of the Exile Sea. They all accidentally entered the Sea of Exile from various universes or profound places of each divine mystery region. These people are collectively known as intruders. These people, are they not extraordinary geniuses? Even in the Sea of Exile, many have made a significant name for themselves. It's said many of them wish to return to their previous domains from the Sea of Exile, but they haven't succeeded yet, as if they are trapped by the Sea of Exile. Yet even trapped in the Sea of Exile, they are undoubtedly remarkable genius-level individuals. These words made Yi-Chen's heart skip a beat. Among these intruders, are there more like me, who ended up in the Sea of Exile from the primal beginning universe? Or do they come from other domains? Also, why do they all end up in this Sea of Exile like me? Yi-Chen harbored many doubts in his mind, but he didn't directly ask these people, as these matters involved many things, and he needed to tread carefully to uncover them. Since these individuals are aware of the intruders, carefully probing should allow Yi-Chen to learn more. And what's the deal with the Nine Bends Demon Realm? Yi-Chen continued to inquire. Nine Bends Demon Realm. Upon Yi-Chen mentioning this location, all four Peak Lords' faces showed unease. Taoist, the Nine Bends Demon Realm is a peculiar area within the inner Sea of Exile. Previously, it was second only to the deepest part of the Sea of Exile, Abyss, as a place of terror. Recently, the Nine Bends Demon Realm has undergone special changes allowing many people to enter, which sparked our thought of teaming up to venture into it. Earlier, the Taoist also asked which areas in the Sea of Exile are beneficial for cultivation enhancement. To speak of it, apart from the Abyss, the Nine Bends Demon Realm is rumored to be an extremely opportunity-rich land of wonders. The words of the four Peak Lords stirred Yi-Chen's mind and spirit. Is that Nine Bends Demon Realm, the land of wonders in the Sea of Exile, apart from the Abyss, where opportunities can most likely manifest? Are there any restrictions on entering this place? Yi-Chen asked the four masters. If it truly is a land of wonders, Yi-Chen is quite interested in taking a look inside. There are no restrictions, the four masters replied to Yi-Chen. Anyone who has the ability to enter the Nine Bends Demon Realm can venture inside. However, having no restrictions is the greatest restriction. The four peak lords' expressions grew calm as they spoke. Precisely because there are no restrictions when the Nine Bends demon realm is truly accessible, it's feared that countless people in the inner sea of the Sea of Exile will want to venture inside, and by then the number of people gathered within will be countless. Of course, we will not concern ourselves with weaker individuals at the peak level of mastery. But at that time, it's very likely that many cosmic emperors will enter the Nine Bends demon realm, and if by chance they offend the cosmic emperor level figures, it will be extremely dangerous for us. This is also why we need to team up to venture into the Nine Bends demon realm. Moreover, it's very likely that not only cosmic emperors, but several hidden Star Lord level figures from the Sea of Exile might also enter the Nine Bends demon realm. The numerous powerful beings alone will bring numerous threats. Not to mention the dangers inherent to the Nine Bends demon realm itself. As the four peak lords finished speaking, their countenances became unsettled. Clearly, they have no absolute certainty about the rewards from venturing into the Nine Bends demon realm. Cosmic emperors and even Star Lord level figures are going to enter the Nine Bends demon realm? It's not just the four peak lords whose hearts are not calm. Yi Chun was equally shocked after hearing these words. Although Yi Chun already knew that there were Star Lords in the inner sea of the Sea of Exile, even in the abyss. But to truly venture together into a place, it would definitely be a first for Yi Chun. Up until now, apart from having seen his own senior sister, a genuine Star Lord, Yi Chun had never encountered other Star Lords. If venturing into the Nine Bends demon realm means encountering other Star Lords, this possibility filled Yi Chen's heart with immense shock. If he encountered a real Star Lord, Yi Chen's own combat power would be far from sufficient. Even with the possessions of that peak cosmic emperor, he is definitely not a match for Star Lord level power holders. Encountering threats from Star Lords would absolutely pose a threat to Yi Chen's life. And it's not just Star Lords. Cosmic emperors within the Sea of Exile could also pose countless threats to Yi Chun. Even with the possessions and treasures of the cosmic emperor on him, Yi Chun could not completely contend against innumerable cosmic emperors. After all, many cosmic emperors likely possess Star Lord level combat power and treasures as well. Dealing with them would not be as simple as dealing with masters. It seems that if we truly venture into the Nine Bends demon realm, we mustn't be too conspicuous, but quietly reap the rewards. If something goes wrong, preserving life is paramount. Yi Chun contemplated within. Although the Nine Bends demon realm appears extremely dangerous, Yi Chun is certainly unwilling to forego this adventurous opportunity. After all, if even Star Lord level figures might venture inside, one can only imagine the precious opportunities within the Nine Bends demon realm. Since he came to the Sea of Exile, Yi Chun certainly does not want to miss such an opportunity. Danger? In the path of cultivation, where would there be no danger? If danger means giving up, Yi Chun would never have grown to this extent. Cautious response is key. But absolutely should not be intimidated. One must not be afraid to forge ahead. When will the Nine Bends demon realm open, and in which territory? After pondering for a moment, Yi Chun voiced his inquiry to the four peak lords. Upon hearing Yi Chen's inquiry, the four knew that Yi Chun was decided on venturing into the Nine Bends demon realm. Friend, the Nine Bends demon realm will truly open in over 3 months, allowing adventurers to enter safely. Yet the specific timing remains uncertain. It depends on the evolution of the formation outside the Nine Bends demon realm. If you wish to enter, be sure to wait at the territory 3 months later, ready to enter as soon as it opens. We'll detail the specific territory of the Nine Bends demon realm in the Jade Slip for your reference. The four peak lords respectfully addressed Yi Chun. Looking somewhat expectantly at Yi Chun, they added, Friend, if you truly intend to venture into the Nine Bends demon realm, you might consider forming a team with us. Together, us four peak lords and you might not dominate entirely, but we would have a considerable advantage in handling basic crises. Yi Chun, after all, is an extraordinary figure able to slay Zhulong and 2 other peak lords. In the eyes of the 4 peak lords, Yi Chen's combat power is simply terrifying, even more so than many cosmic emperors. They naturally hope Yi Chun would team up with them. Seeing their expectant eyes, Yi-chun did not commit either way. As for teaming up, let's see how things unfold. 3 months is unpredictable. If I do need teammates, I'll consider your offer. Hearing Yi-chun's words, the expressions on the four people's faces clearly showed disappointment. However, since Yi-chun didn't completely refuse, there was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts. When the master who engraved the Sea of Exile's Land of Opportunities finished engraving many things, this peak lord respectfully handed the jade slip to Yi-chun. Yi-chun placed the jade slip against his forehead. Upon seeing the jade slip explaining numerous opportunity spots in the Sea of Exile, as well as descriptions of the Nine Ben's demon realm, and even information about many famous regions within the Sea of Exile compiled in the jade slip by the peak lord, Yi-chun nodded in satisfaction. Alright, this jade slip is very useful to me. I will accept it. To the 4 fellow Taoists wishing for me to resolve the matters of Zhulong and the other 2, please do not spread the news recklessly. Otherwise, I do not mind having a good talk with you again. With that said, Yi-chun did not wait for the 4 to respond and disappeared from the spot, leaving behind the trembling 4 peak lords. The 4 already understood the meaning behind Yi-chun's final words. If they dared to speak carelessly, their lives spared by Yi-chun this time would surely be ended the next time he approached them. Next time, their survival would be impossible. The events here must not be spread recklessly. The 4 peak lords exchanged a glance, and without needing a leader, each made a vow from the heart. Only then did they leave with complicated expressions. With Zhulong's death, their plan to team up was shattered. Whether Yi-chun would team up with them remained uncertain, so the 4 naturally had to make other preparations. Let's not discuss how they acted. After flying away from the area where Zhulong and the others were killed, several breaths later, Yi-chun appeared in another region. Then Yi-chun took another look at the jade slip, following which, Yi-chun transformed into a dazzling rainbow and disappeared directly over the vast sea. Half a month later, Ancient Jade Island. This island is one of the most renowned islands within the inner sea of the Sea of Exile. Ancient Jade Island is famous due to 2 things associated with it. The first is the presence of a natural ancient jade on this island. This jade, known as Ancient Profound Jade, is rumored to greatly aid in enhancing and breaking through realms, particularly beneficial for lower realm advancements. Of course, this exceedingly precious ancient profound jade and even the mines producing the jade have long been monopolized by major powers of the Sea of Exile. Xian Feng sect. It is the owner of the most precious ancient profound jade mines on Ancient Jade Island. Rumor has it that the sect leader of Xian Feng sect is a cosmic emperor-level being, undeniably a tyrant within the Sea of Exile. The other famous entity on Ancient Jade Island is Ancient Peace Pavilion. Ancient Peace Pavilion specializes in running auctions, with influence spanning across major regions of the Sea of Exile, and is rumored to be backed by cosmic emperor-level figures. If truly counted, Ancient Peace Pavilion might even be stronger than Xian Feng sect. However, the 2 powers have different operational focuses, and since Ancient Jade Island is only one of the 8 major branch sites of Ancient Peace Pavilion, the 2 forces can coexist peacefully. Because both the Ancient Profound Jade and Ancient Peace Pavilion exist on Ancient Jade Island. Thus, Ancient Jade Island also becomes one of the most populated regions in the Inner Sea. Especially when the annual auction conference of Ancient Peace Pavilion is about to begin, the flow of people to Ancient Jade Island peaks, even leading to Xian Feng sect and Ancient Peace Pavilion jointly managing entry restrictions at the island's entrance. People with too low a realm even lose the qualification to enter Ancient Jade Island during this period. Today, a figure suddenly flew near Ancient Jade Island. This figure was none other than Yi-chun. Halt! At the northeast entrance, one of the 8 entrances of Ancient Jade Island, a divine master directly blocked the flying Yi-chun. Yi-chun extended his hand, revealing a golden token that appeared in his hand. Upon seeing this golden token and realizing Yi-chun was merely in the immortal divine venerable realm, the blocking divine master showed a surprised expression. However, the divine master dared not say much. After all, the divine master responsible for guarding the northeast entrance knew that the golden token was Ancient Peace Pavilion's most prized guest badge, which allows freedom of entry into various regions and all levels of auction conferences of Ancient Peace Pavilion. This token undoubtedly grants access to Ancient Jade Island. Even though Yi Chen's realm was very low, this divine master dared not obstruct him. Please proceed. After verifying the token in Yi Chen's hand, the divine master respectfully returned it and opened the entrance to Ancient Jade Island. It seems the item given by that young lass truly works well. Recalling the person he met days ago, Yi Chen smiled as he murmured to himself and then flew directly through the entrance towards Ancient Jade Island. During the flight, Yi Chen recalled the events from a few days ago in his mind. It was on Yi Chen's way from slaying Zhulong to Ancient Jade Island. On a vast ocean, Yi Chen encountered a young girl. Though the girl was only at the God King realm, she was alone in the inner sea of the Sea of Exile, which surprised Yi Chen greatly. After all, the inner sea of the Sea of Exile was extremely perilous, where not even divine venerables or sovereigns dared to act alone. It was unexpected for a mere God King girl to operate alone. It was uncertain whether the girl was exceptionally brave or had some powerful cards up her sleeve. Ordinarily, Yi Chen encountered many such individuals during his journey, and a girl like this wouldn't capture his attention too much. However, the girl's actions made Yi Chen pause his steps. She had dived into the seabed of that marine area and was extracting a cluster of mystical divine fire. Moreover, Yi Chen could sense that this cluster of divine fire had actually reached the God Master level. A God King girl capable of finding God Master level divine fire, and yet remaining fearless of its divine might, astonished Yi Chen. Clearly, this girl had a special ability to control flames, and was a formidable talent capable of cross-realm combat. Of course, the God Master level divine fire didn't much attract Yi Chen. Just as Yi Chen was about to sweep past this girl and the marine area, he casually glanced around, making him halt again. Not far from where the girl extracted the God Master level divine fire, Yi Chen discovered another, even more powerful flame. A flame concealed extremely deep, reaching the Overlord level. If it weren't for Yi Chen's cultivation of the mysterious change of devouring fire, he probably wouldn't have discovered this deeply hidden flame. Just as Yi Chen was about to claim that Overlord-level flame, he was startled when the girl who had taken the God Master-level divine fire also sensed something and flew towards the concealed site of the Overlord flame. Although she hadn't found the true hiding place of the Overlord flame, she seemed certain there was an even more precious flame nearby, leading her to search endlessly. This made Yi Chen view the girl in a different light. If Yi Chen hadn't cultivated the mysterious change of devouring fire, his sensitivity to flames might not surpass that of this God King girl. As Yi Chen contemplated whether to take the Overlord-level flame himself or alert the girl, he suddenly heard her say, "Which senior is hiding here? Could you show yourself?" The girl had actually discovered Yi Chen. This girl was not only keenly sensitive to flames but also to hidden experts. After pondering for several moments, Yi Chen finally revealed himself to the girl. Yi Chen knew that this girl must come from a significant background. The girl was also taken aback when she saw that Yi Chen was merely a young man of the immortal divine venerable realm. She had apparently sensed Yi Chen's formidable combat power, yet was surprised by his unexpectedly low realm. Of course, even if Yi Chen's realm was low, as just an immortal divine venerable, he was still far stronger than a merely God King level girl. The girl didn't ask why Yi Chen was hiding there. She simply asked, "Senior, I can sense a special flame power within you. Can you sense an even more precious divine fire here? If Senior helps Yan Yan find that divine fire, Yan Yan will surely repay you." Yan Yan? Hearing the girl's straightforward words, Yi Chen pondered briefly and then pointed out the location of the Overlord-level flame. To Yi Chen, the Overlord-level divine fire didn't serve much purpose either. After all, Yi Chen had countless treasures, so he wasn't lacking for one cluster of divine fire. If he could use this cluster of divine fire to befriend such an eccentric and mysterious girl, it might not be a bad thing. When Yi Chen indicated the specific location of the Overlord-level divine fire, the girl went to that special place, used an artifact to extract the flame, and then her eyes lit up with a joyful smile. At the same time, Yi-chun was equally taken aback upon seeing the artifact the girl used. The artifact in her hand was also an Overlord-level artifact. A God-King girl possessing an Overlord-level artifact. Even Yi-chun, back when he was at the God-King realm, didn't have such precious items aside from the Star's Tower. This girl undoubtedly had a formidable background. Senior. There truly is a stronger divine fire hidden here. Thank you, Senior, for helping me find the divine fire. With these two newly discovered divine fires, I've now collected 36 kinds of divine fire, getting closer to completing the task my grandfather gave me, to collect 81 kinds of divine fire within 10 days. I aim to find all divine fires within 10 days. The girl muttered to herself for a moment, then curiously looked at Yi-chan and asked, Senior, where are you heading to? When Yi-chan said he was heading to Ancient Jade Island, the girl took out a golden token and handed it to Yi-chan. This token will certainly be useful on Ancient Jade Island. Consider it Yanyan's thanks to you for pointing out the divine fire's location. When Yi-chan saw this golden token, he realized it was none other than the prized VIP badge from the major power Ancient Peace Pavilion of the Sea of Exile. With this golden token, one could access various levels of auctions held by Ancient Peace Pavilion across different sites, making it incredibly valuable. Initially, Yi-chan planned to find an opportunity to secure a spot in the Ancient Peace Pavilion's auction after arriving at Ancient Jade Island. After all, Yi-chan's journey to Ancient Jade Island was primarily for the Ancient Peace Pavilion's auction and the cultivational ancient profound jade on the island. Yi-chan didn't expect the girl he encountered along the way to possess such a valuable badge from Ancient Peace Pavilion. Could it be that this little girl has a connection with Ancient Peace Pavilion? Yi-chan was pondering the origins of the mysterious girl, but she seemed to be in a hurry, even though she was equally curious about Yi-chan. After all, Yi-chan, in the divine venerable realm, had the ability to discover the hiding place of the Overlord-level flames, giving her a very powerful impression. However, the girl had important matters to attend to and couldn't afford to waste too much time here. Finally, after telling Yi-chan her name and asking for his, the girl left that place. Gu Yan. That is the girl's name. Yi-chan looked forward. The vast ancient Jade Island loomed like a giant beast sprawling over the endless sea ahead. Indeed, it's the period when Ancient Peace Pavilion's annual auction is about to begin. So many people have arrived on this island. Thankfully, I have the identity token given by that little girl. Otherwise, coming to Ancient Jade Island this time would have required more effort. At that moment, with the limit on Ancient Jade Island and the countless crowd inside, Yi-chan couldn't help but be amazed. The influx of people onto the entire island probably had reached the hundreds of millions, continuing to grow. It's worth noting that despite Ancient Jade Island's fame, its area is quite small, just like an ordinary island on Star Continent. Such a small island accommodating hundreds of millions, with numerous experts among them. Even at a glance, Yi-chan can see countless figures of the Divine Master Realm and above. Furthermore, Yi-chan vaguely sensed the presence of a cosmic emperor on Ancient Jade Island. Of course, people like Yi-chan at the Divine Venerable Realm as well as sovereigns and divine kings of lower realms were also numerous. These people were either brought here by their elders or arrived on the island before the limit was imposed. Among these, a small portion came for the ancient profound jade that could elevate realms. But the majority came for the auction of Ancient Peace Pavilion. When Yi-chan flew to a place very close to Ancient Jade Island, he suddenly realized that a prohibition on flying had been set on the island, causing him to descend from the void, walking towards the island through its many paths. Upon arriving on Ancient Jade Island, Yi-chan immediately saw countless people gathered at an entrance on the island. This entrance had notices about the Ancient Peace Pavilion auction posted. The annual auction of Ancient Peace Pavilion will officially start on the day of the Rosy Cloud Festival. The Rosy Cloud Festival, as Yi-chan learned from the jade slip left by the Peak Lord, is a special festival in the Sea of Exile. On this day, special rosy clouds appear over the Sea of Exile, illuminating it entirely. Only those with the green, blue, purple, gold identity tokens can enter to participate in the auction. Officially, there are 24 rare treasures being auctioned this session, along with 3 unimaginable divine treasures. In addition to Ancient Peace Pavilion's treasure auction, there will be a separate free exchange of treasures by major experts. Anyone entering the auction has the right to freely exchange treasures. Beside this auction notice, many gathered were engaged in buying and selling auction qualifications. Some had spare tokens and were directly selling them to countless individuals wanting to participate on Ancient Jade Island. Yi Chun, possessing a golden token, was not particularly interested. Instead, it was another posted list that caught Yi Chen's attention. Sky-high price list. This list gathers the precious sky-high treasures that Ancient Peace Pavilion desires. Anyone possessing treasures on the list can sell them to Ancient Peace Pavilion in exchange for other treasures or for sky-high currency. This list included numerous strange treasures. The highest treasure made Yi Chen's eyes widen. Absolute Divine Fire, Star Lord Level Flame, Purple, sought by Ancient Peace Pavilion. Top grade price. This Ancient Peace Pavilion turns out to also know about the Absolute Divine Fire. The prime sought treasure on the sky-high price list was precisely the Absolute Divine Fire familiar to Yi Chun. Yi Chun possessed the Absolute Divine Fire. He acquired it back in the chaotic Heavenly Hall. Of course, Yi Chun wouldn't bring this fire out since it's one of the 3 major materials for opening the Chaos Cauldron, and he wouldn't sell it to Ancient Peace Pavilion. Yet, the news of this Absolute Divine Fire signaled to Yi Chun that many treasures in the Sea of Exile could be related to the Primal Beginning universe and might help him find the other 2 opening materials. Yi Chun continued to look at the sky-high price list, but he found that the list did not mention the other 2 opening materials: 9 Source Water and Immortal Chaos Wood. Perhaps Ancient Peace Pavilion sought the Absolute Divine Fire for other purposes. Yi Chun kept scanning the sky-high price list. The numerous treasures listed shocked Yi Chen's heart. But when he reached the 23rd treasure, Yi Chun let out a light in his mind. Chaos Fluorescent Pearl? Could that item be the treasure named Chaos Fluorescent Pearl? Seeing the annotation for the Chaos Fluorescent Pearl, Yi Chen's mind and spirit stirred, and his divine sense directly looked towards his star's tower. At this moment, within the star's tower, there was a fist-sized cluster of mysterious divine light, crystal-clear luminous powder, placed in the corner. This item was obtained by Yi Chun when he broke into the chaotic Heavenly Hall, inside a pitch-black special space in the first layer of the Myriad Treasures Grotto. At that time, Yi Chun entered that special space and saw mysterious little insects that looked like fire bugs. As they flew, layers of luminous powder fell from them. This luminous powder, crystal clear and bright, seemed to be a special material. When Yi Chun collected this luminous powder, those mysterious little insects made joyous sounds, fluttering around Yi Chun for a long time. Yi Chun never understood exactly what this luminous powder was. But here on Ancient Jade Island, on the sky-high price list, Yi Chun suddenly felt that the 23rd place Chaos Fluorescent Pearl was referring to the luminous powder he obtained from the chaotic Heavenly Hall. Looking at the specific annotations for the Chaos Fluorescent Pearl, he saw it read, Chaos Fluorescent Pearl, a special divine bead produced by the mysterious divine marvel, chaotic luminous insects. It appears as a luminous powder, but once fused with heaven-reaching water, it directly transforms into crystal-clear divine beads. Due to the difficulty of finding chaotic luminous insects, this bead is extremely hard to obtain. Chaos Fluorescent Pearl, a set of 72 beads, is incredibly useful for cultivation and treasure refining. The sky-high price list doesn't clearly state how exactly the Chaos Fluorescent Pearl is used for cultivation or what treasures can be refined with it. However, having learned the name of this bead, a little investigation will reveal its purpose clearly. What Yi Chun cares about most right now is whether the luminous powder he has is indeed this item. If it truly is the Chaos Fluorescent Pearl, then Yi Chun must use it well for his cultivation. As long as I find that heaven-reaching water, let's see if it can transform the luminous powder into divine beads. If it truly is the Chaos Fluorescent Pearl, I must carefully investigate how to use it for cultivation. The heaven-reaching water mentioned on the sky-high price list isn't particularly rare, It's referenced in the jade slip given by the Peak Lord to Yi Chun, stating it's a common treasure water found in the Sea of Exile. Discovering the explanation for the Chaos Fluorescent Pearl on the sky-high price list was an unexpected reward. Yi Chun then continued to browse other treasures listed on the sky-high price list. However, Yi Chun wasn't familiar with the other treasures. Seeing other people checking the list beside him occasionally exclaim, "It's clear these treasures are quite extraordinary and likely have connections to places throughout the cosmic sea. This time I've come to ancient Jade Island. Firstly, to use the ancient profound jade here to break through, striving to transcend from the immortal divine venerable realm to the sovereign realm, and push even further. Secondly, to participate in the auction at Ancient Peace Pavilion, endeavoring to gain items that aid cultivation or enhance combat power, preparing for the upcoming Nine Bends Demon Realm adventure. Now, first gather enough currency needed to cultivate at Xian Fengsek's ancient profound Jade Mountain." Yi Chun has seen many cultivation-beneficial regions in the Jade Slip given by the Peak Lord, specifically choosing ancient Jade Island, and has done much research on it. Traveling to Xian Fengsek for cultivation is quite simple. Xian Fengsek has traditionally opened ancient profound Jade Mountain for cultivation. However, naturally they don't open it for free. To enter ancient profound Jade Mountain for cultivation, one must spend currency commonly used in the Sea of Exile. Moreover, the cost varies entirely based on the level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain. The highest level ancient profound Jade Mountain's entry price is astronomical. It's said the highest level ancient profound Jade Mountain can even be used by a cosmic emperor for cultivation. Yi Chun doesn't need to enter such a precious retreat for cultivation. Yi Chun plans to enter the Overlord level ancient profound Jade Mountain for internal cultivation. Although the entry price for the Overlord level ancient profound Jade Mountain is high, Yi Chun isn't worried about it. Even if Yi Chun only has a small amount of currency commonly used in the Sea of Exile, given by sea beasts in the outer sea back then, Yi Chun has many treasures, even some he no longer uses. Ancient Peace Pavilion specializes in acquiring many treasures, even treasures not on the sky-high price list. Ancient Peace Pavilion will still acquire them, so gathering the necessary resources for cultivation isn't a problem for Yi Chun. As Yi Chun's mind rapidly turned, preparing to act according to his plan, suddenly, there was a commotion heard at the entrance of ancient Jade Island. Simultaneously, from the sky, came the sound of divine melody. The sound of the divine melody was enormous, like thunder, causing the entire ancient Jade Island to tremble. Yi Chun looked towards the source of the divine melody and saw 8 majestically extraordinary dragon horses pulling an extremely luxurious carriage appeared in the void, slowly heading towards ancient Jade Island. Around the carriage was surrounded by colorful clouds, and there were a total of 24 peak lords escorting the carriage. Divine melody resounding, 8 dragons pulling the carriage, accompanied by sovereign. This is truly a magnificent spectacle. When Yi Chun saw this scene, his mind swiftly connected it to a force mentioned in the Jade Slip given by the Peak Lord. As Yi Chun pondered, someone in the crowded area exclaimed, "People from the immortal divine palace. My heavens! 8 dragon horses pulling the carriage, 24 peak lords escorting. This level, even within the immortal divine palace, is the highest. Could it be that the person arriving is the palace master of the immortal divine palace?" In the crowd, some who came from the outer sea to the inner sea, unclear about what force the immortal divine palace is, directly asked, "Immortal divine palace, what's their background to be so extraordinary? The palace master of the immortal divine palace, could they be a cosmic emperor?" Upon hearing these inquisitive voices, someone from the inner sea directly explained, "You must be new to the inner sea, unaware of the immortal divine palace, yet you dare to run around the inner sea at will. In the inner sea, among the 7 most powerful and top-tier forces, the immortal divine palace is one of them, ranking 2nd. The palace master of the immortal divine palace has reached the level of a 3rd-star tribulation cosmic emperor, and is already at the peak cosmic emperor status, just a step away from the Star-Lord realm. Heavens! When they heard that the palace master of the immortal divine palace was actually a peak cosmic emperor, the people from the outer sea were utterly shocked to the point of having their scalps tingle. Isn't it said that many of the strong individuals in the inner sea were exiled from the universe sea? Such a figure, could someone dare to exile them? Such words could not be openly spoken by the arrivals from the outer sea. They could only curiously inquire towards the people of the inner sea. The inner sea people directly communicated via voice transmission to explain. Figures like these weren't exiled. They've come, just like the star lords hidden in the abyss, all for the great secrets of the abyss. They are powerful beings specifically here to venture into the sea of exile. Among the 7 major forces, only 2 have cosmic emperors who were exiled due to punishment from the star lords of the universe sea. All the other peak cosmic emperors have come of their own accord. The words of the inner sea locals made the people from the outer sea even more astonished. Are you saying the top figures of the 7 major forces are all peak cosmic emperors? Heavens! There's indeed so many peak cosmic emperors in the inner sea. Doesn't that mean there are even more cosmic emperors of other levels? While these people were having a conversation via voice transmission, an overview of the inner sea's basic situation from a jade slip flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Indeed, as those inner sea people stated, the entire inner sea of the Sea of Exile could be described as having 7 major forces. These 7 major forces are referred to by countless powerhouses in the inner sea as the 3 palaces and 4 islands. The 3 palaces are Immortal Divine Palace, Creation Divine Palace, Purple Feather Divine Palace. The 4 islands are Sky Extreme Demon Island, Mixed Spirit Island, 8 Wastes Island, Ice Extreme Divine Island. In terms of the true ranking of these 7 major forces, the Sky Extreme Demon Island among the 4 islands reigns supreme. The strongest figure, the Sky Extreme Demon Master, is rumored to be the number 1 person of the Cosmic Emperor realm in the Sea of Exile, second only to several Star Lords hidden in the abyss. And under the Sky Extreme Demon Island, there are quite a few Cosmic Emperors who follow the Sky Extreme Demon Master. The entire Sky Extreme Demon Island is the true overlord of the Inner Sea. Besides Sky Extreme Demon Island, the second in rank is the Immortal Divine Palace. Beyond the Palace Master, the Immortal Divine Palace also has 7 protectors, each at the Cosmic Emperor realm, with the Palace Master being a peak Cosmic Emperor. Compared to such giants as Sky Extreme Demon Island and Immortal Divine Palace, even Ancient Jade Island appears very small. No wonder a significant figure from the Immortal Divine Palace visiting Ancient Jade Island would cause such surprise. Naturally, the voices of countless discussions at the entrance, as well as the thoughts in Yi Chen's mind, were all but a moment. When the divine melody sounded in the sky and the luxurious carriage appeared, significant figures had already appeared deep within Ancient Jade Island. These significant figures were remarkably 2 cosmic emperors. Even though these 2 cosmic emperors were only first-star tribulation cosmic emperors, in the eyes of countless people, they were absolutely high and mighty. Upon ascending Ancient Jade Island, Yi Chen had sensed there were cosmic emperors on this island. Unexpectedly, there were indeed 2 of them up there. At this moment, as soon as these 2 cosmic emperors appeared, they arrived not far from the luxurious carriage of the Immortal Divine Palace, both respectfully gazing toward the carriage. One of them spoke. "We did not know the Lord Palace Master was coming. Failed to welcome you from afar. We beg your Lord Palace Master's forgiveness." With the arrival of the 2 cosmic emperors, the luxurious carriage finally stopped. The divine melody momentarily ceased, the dragon horse halted, and when the curtain of the luxurious carriage that could isolate all probing was lifted, a light laugh was heard. "No need for politeness, seniors. This time it's not my father who personally came." Upon gazing into the carriage, a young man of about 20-something was seen sitting inside. He was dressed in luxurious divine attire, exceptionally handsome. So it's the young Palace Master. The visit of the young Palace Master to Ancient Jade Island truly honors our Ancient Jade Island. Seeing that the terrifying Palace Master was not in the magnificent carriage, but rather this young man, the 2 cosmic emperors breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, their tone did not show any negligence and remained extremely courteous. The young Palace Master of the Immortal Divine Palace, Situnyenchi, is rumored to be one of the top geniuses of the younger generation in the Sea of Exile, only 28 years old, already at the 8-star sovereign realm. Yi-chun also saw the young man inside the carriage, and information on this person instantly flashed through his mind. Of course, at this moment, the young man in the carriage, noble as the young palace master of the immortal divine palace, Situnyenchi, hadn't even noticed Yi-chun. Someone like Yi-chun, a mere immortal divine venerable, wasn't even on his radar. He didn't even regard many of the masters on ancient Jade Island. At that moment, Situnyenchi, after hearing the courteous words from the two cosmic emperors, smiled. However, he did not speak further to the two cosmic emperors but directly looked towards another direction in the void. He respectfully spoke toward another direction. Junior sister Tianli, since you are here as well, why do you hesitate to appear? I heard that junior sister was coming to this ancient Jade Island, and I hurried long distances to arrive here. Tianli, junior sister. Upon the mention of these 4 words, even the two cosmic emperors in the void felt a sudden tremor in their hearts. The name Tianli is the surname of the island master, the Sky Extreme Demon Master of the number 1 ranked Sky Extreme Demon Island among the 7 major forces in the Inner Sea. Could it be that the witch from the Sky Extreme Demon Island has also come here? The two cosmic emperors hastily extended their senses in all directions. Previously, their attention was entirely on the luxurious carriage of the immortal divine palace, with no time to notice anything else. Now, as they extend their senses, the two cosmic emperors could directly feel a faintly discernible aura of spatial concealment in the sky not far away. This clearly indicated that someone was using a cosmic emperor-level treasure to hide themselves there. Combining this with Situ Lianqi's words, the two cosmic emperors immediately looked towards that direction and respectfully spoke to that location. Has young Palace Master Tianli come to our ancient Jade Island as well? We request young Palace Master Tianli to reveal herself and meet us. The respectful demeanor of the two cosmic emperors was even more pronounced than when they addressed Situ Lianqi. After all, she was the daughter of the first overlord of the Inner Sea, the Sky Extreme Demon Master, a famous witch in the Inner Sea. It said that the power of the Sky Extreme Demon Master is stronger than the Palace Master of the Immortal Divine Palace, and reportedly more terrifying than even some weaker Star Lords. The witch herself is rumored to be the number 1 genius of the younger generation in the Inner Sea, far surpassing Situ Lianqi in talent. What makes her even more respected is the rumor of her peculiar and unpredictable personality. Provoking her even slightly could easily lead to deadly consequences. Coupled with the fact that the Sky Extreme Demon Master dotes on this witch to the extreme, offending her is tantamount to offending the Sky Extreme Demon Master. Even those at the Cosmic Emperor level would face dire consequences. There are rumors that the Sky Extreme Demon Master once killed someone at the Cosmic Emperor level because of this witch. How could anyone hear her name without feeling an extreme tremor? Upon hearing that she appeared on ancient Jade Island, countless people on the island below also followed the gazes of the two cosmic emperors and Situ Lianqi towards the hidden void above. Yi-chun also looked up, gazing towards that area. At the same time, information about this woman recorded in the jade slip flashed through Yi-chun's mind. Tianli Weiwei, the daughter born to Island Master Tianli after arriving at the Sea of Exile. Tianli cherishes her exceptionally. This woman is only 23 this year, already at the 5-star sovereign realm, with terrifying combat power. It's rumored she can defeat advanced divine masters by relying on her own combat power alone, without external aid, and has a secret technique to fight even weaker dominions. If adding the divine treasure she possesses, her combat power is incalculable. This woman carries numerous killing power treasures, rumored to have used divine treasures to kill a peak lord, making her the most unprovocable among the younger generation in the inner sea of the Sea of Exile. As information about Tianli Weiwei flashed through Yi-chun's mind, the void in the area stared at by countless people ripped open, revealing a beautiful woman in a black divine armor appearing in the void. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, her figure incredibly slender, especially her long legs that directly captivated countless gazes. Her small face was exceedingly exquisite, and the proud expression on it was unforgettable. Tianli Weiwei, upon her appearance, Her gaze directly fell on the two cosmic emperors and Situ Lianqi in the luxurious carriage aside. The expression on her face when looking at the two cosmic emperors was still somewhat indifferent, but when she turned to look at Situ Lianqi, it was full of disdain. Two elders at Sky Extreme Demon Island, we don't conduct matters as ostentatiously as the immortal divine palace, so there's no need for such grand reception. Tianli Weiwei spoke to the two cosmic emperors quite politely. The two cosmic emperors were stunned for a moment, surprised that the witch from Sky Extreme Demon Island, known for her erratic behavior, was so courteous. After a moment, they laughed. Young Palace Master Tianli is too kind. Coming to Ancient Jade Island makes you our guest, so of course, we must warmly welcome you. We wonder if there's anything we on Ancient Jade Island can assist young Palace Master with. Help? That's not necessary. Tianli Weiwei smiled gently. I came here just to see the auction event at Ancient Peace Pavilion, so there is no need for the two elders to help with anything. Upon hearing that Tianli Weiwei came for the auction event and not for any other reason, the two cosmic emperors let out a long sigh of relief. Both were worried that something at Ancient Jade Island might have offended this witch. This Tianli Weiwei doesn't seem as unapproachable as the rumors say. It seems, indeed, that rumors are often exaggerated. Just as the two cosmic emperors relaxed, looking at Tianli Weiwei with increasing friendliness, she turned her head towards Situ Lianqi's luxurious carriage. Her gaze swept from top to bottom over the carriage, making Situ Lianqi and the 24 peak lords surrounding the carriage feel uneasy. For some reason, when Situ Lianqi met Tianli Weiwei's gaze, it felt as if he was seeing his father's indifferent eyes, causing his whole body to feel uncomfortable. However, remembering his father's words to pursue Tianli Weiwei, Situ Lianqi could only brace himself and smile towards her. Junior sister Tianli, are you interested in my carriage? If you want it, senior brother can give it to you. The luxurious carriage pulled by 8 dragon horses is the sedan chair of the palace master of the immortal divine palace. When Situ Lianqi said this, it was just a polite remark, something everyone could hear. Upon hearing this, Tianli Weiwei's eyes sparkled and she smiled. Do you really want to give it to me? This smile, as radiant as 100 flowers blooming, left Situ Lianqi momentarily dazed. Before Situ Lianqi could say anything more, Tianli Weiwei swiftly flew to the side of the carriage, looked it over thoroughly, and then shook her head saying, Since you're offering it to me, I should keep it, but the more I look at this carriage, the more I dislike it. Returning it to you seems inappropriate. Might as well burn it. As she spoke, a cluster of divine fire erupted from Tianli Weiwei's hand, shooting rapidly towards the luxurious carriage. No. Young Palace Master Tianli, please don't. As Tianli Weiwei suddenly moved to burn the carriage, Situ Lianqi turned pale with fright, while the two cosmic emperors exclaimed in alarm. If something were to happen to the chariot of the palace master of the immortal divine palace here on Ancient Jade Island, they would be in big trouble. However, despite their exclamations and attempts to intervene, Tianli Weiwei was closer to the carriage, and the divine fire she released was an extremely terrifying cosmic emperor-level divine fire. In an instant, the divine fire had already ignited the luxurious carriage. Boom! The luxurious carriage immediately burst into furious flames. In an instant, a lot of things were burned away. Even the mane of the 8 dragon horses at the front began to burn. Fortunately, this was the chariot of the palace master of the immortal divine palace, with extraordinary quality, and most of its structure was impervious even to Tianli Weiwei's divine fire. With the intervention of 2 cosmic emperors and the 24 peak lords alongside Situ Lianqi, the divine fire was finally extinguished, and most of the carriage's structure was still intact. The 8 dragon horses were also saved. However, the exterior of the luxurious carriage was burnt black, and the once majestic dragon horses had their tails singed, making the entire carriage look unsightly. From the moment Tianli Weiwei set the carriage on fire to when the flames were put out, it was just an instant. The countless people below, watching Tianli Weiwei and Situ Lianqi, were utterly stunned. They never expected that Tianli Weiwei would dare to burn the carriage of the palace master of the immortal divine palace in front of the young palace master. What a witch she is! Truly audacious! Many people exclaimed in their hearts. Only she would have such courage. If it were anyone else daring to do so, their entire clan might be exterminated by the immortal divine palace. Countless people on ancient Jade Island muttered various thoughts in their hearts. However, outwardly they were extremely quiet. This concerned matters between Immortal Divine Palace and Sky Extreme Demon Island, and they dared not utter a sound, fearing that if they angered either side, their lives would be at risk. The ground was silent. In the sky, Situ Lianqi was so angry that his face turned beet red. The two cosmic emperors beside him were also dripping with cold sweat. This which was indeed not to be trifled with. The instigator Tianli Weiwei, however, seemed utterly unconcerned at this moment. Seeing the two cosmic emperors extinguish her divine fire, Tianli Weiwei pouted and said, "Two seniors, why are you stopping me from burning my own carriage? You heard it. This carriage was a gift from the young palace master of the immortal divine palace. Little Lord, please have mercy on us." The two cosmic emperors, hearing Tianli Weiwei's words, looked helpless and directly pleaded for mercy. Soon after, Situ Lianqi finally collected his anger and said to Tianli Weiwei with resignation, "Junior sister Tianli, let's not let this small matter affect the relationship between our two families." Seeing Situ Lianqi was not going to pursue the matter, the two cosmic emperors beside him pleaded even more, making Tianli Weiwei feel increasingly bored. She glanced at the blackened carriage and said, "This carriage looks better this way. Well, Situ Lianqi, regarding your following me to ancient Jade Island, considering the two seniors and your immortal divine palace, I won't pursue it, but now do not follow me any longer." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a stream of divine light and flew into the interior of ancient Jade Island, leaving behind Situ Lianqi and others dumbfounded in the void. Afterward, with resignation, Situ Lianqi and the others, welcomed by the two cosmic emperors, also entered ancient Jade Island, but they no longer followed Tianli Weiwei's movements. The meeting of the top-ranked younger generations of the two major powers of the Sea of Exile Inner Sea, with cosmic emperors appearing and the luxurious carriage burned, entertained the people on the island, but as the two left, the crowd on the ground finally dispersed. Yi Chun observed the sky for a moment and then turned and left as well. This small episode between the two young people, though just a minor event, made Yi Chun even more alert. Tianli Weiwei suddenly appeared on ancient Jade Island to attend the auction event at the ancient Peace Pavilion, certainly with a purpose. It's very likely that she will be joining the Nine Bends Demon Realm expedition later. Along with Situ Lianqi, it's possible that the young talents of the inner sea of the Sea of Exile will all head to the Nine Bends Demon Realm. The younger generation afterwards involves the 3 palaces, 4 islands, and 7 peak powers of the inner sea, and by then it's feared that the 7 peak cosmic emperors of these 7 forces will all head to the Nine Bends Demon Realm, and also cosmic emperors from other forces of the inner sea. Moreover, the Star Lords from the Abyss. They might all head to the Nine Bends Demon Realm. Just as those peak lords said, by then, the Nine Bends Demon Realm might indeed become a death ground for countless people. The Nine Bends Demon Realm journey is not far off. I must seize the time to make more breakthroughs here on ancient Jade Island, to cultivate various techniques to deeper levels. Yi Chun shook his head, temporarily putting aside the matters concerning Tianli Weiwei and Situ Lianqi, and then strode towards the treasure exchange location of the ancient Peace Pavilion. 1 incense stick later, Yi Chun left the treasure exchange point at the ancient Peace Pavilion with an astonishing amount of the Sea of Exile's universal currency. Throughout this journey of cultivation, Yi Chun amassed an innumerable number of treasures. Not only did he acquire countless treasures from places like Heavenly God Mountain, True Spirit Divine Kingdom, and Primal Beginning Universe, but also from the numerous strong opponents he defeated, yielding an endless array of spoils. Plus, there were treasures left in the refining God chart by that pinnacle cosmic emperor. It could be said that both in terms of quantity and quality, the treasures on Yi Chen's person could rival those of many powerful cosmic emperors. Even more, with rare items like the Stars Tower and Chaos Cauldron, countless cosmic emperors couldn't compare. In this situation, Yi Chun only needed to exchange some useless and duplicate treasures to acquire an astonishing amount of wealth. Additionally, Yi Chun possessed the golden identity token given by that mysterious girl, Gu Yanyan. The golden identity token is the highest level guest token of the ancient peace pavilion. Upon seeing this token, the person in charge of treasure exchange at the pavilion immediately realized that Yi Chun was an extraordinary figure and dared not suppress the price, directly offering the highest exchange rate. Yi Chun quickly gathered enough to afford training on the ancient profound Jade Mountain of the Xianfeng sect. In fact, he had so much left over that he could afford to acquire many treasures at the upcoming Ancient Peace Pavilion auction. Of course, the most precious treasures of the Ancient Peace Pavilion were still beyond the means of Yi Chen's current wealth. However, he had countless treasures to use, so when he truly desired the most precious treasure at the auction in the future, he could always exchange treasures to obtain it. For now, the urgent priority was to head to the Xianfeng sect to continue his cultivation. Of course, Yi Chen did not go directly to the Xianfeng sect. He had one important matter to attend to. That was, to thoroughly investigate information regarding the Chaos Fluorescent Pearl. Since this item was mentioned in the sky-high price list at the Ancient Peace Pavilion as being highly useful for cultivation, and Yi Chen was eager to break through, he was naturally keen to understand it fully. After spending half a day, Yi Chen finally gathered more information about the Chaos Fluorescent Pearl, and even obtained quite a bit of heaven-reaching water to transform the luminous powder. Then Yi Chun finally headed towards the Xianfeng sect. The Xianfeng sect occupies most of the western part of ancient Jade Island. The two major lords of ancient Jade Island, the Xianfeng sect and the Ancient Peace Pavilion, with the Ancient Peace Pavilion mainly controlling the eastern territories of ancient Jade Island, while the Xianfeng sect primarily controls the western territories. At this time, the auction of the Ancient Peace Pavilion had not officially begun, yet there were more people heading to the Xianfeng sect preparing to enter the ancient profound Jade Mountain for training than there were on the pavilion's territory. When Yi Chen arrived at the foot of the Xianfeng sect mountain, there was already a dense crowd gathering at the foot of the mountain. In the void above, several divine masters of the Xianfeng sect continuously addressed the crowd. Today, the Xianfeng sect's 4 levels of the ancient profound Jade Mountain are open to the public. The 4th level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain will open a total of 10,000 cultivation cave abodes. To enter, one must pay a daily fee of 100,000 currency and wait in queue to enter. So far, more than 6,000 people have entered, leaving over 3,000 slots still available. This 4th level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain is the least effective for cultivation among the mountains, offering the most yet cost-effective cultivation cave abodes. However, even the least effective cultivation location surpasses countless other places in strength, given its precious ancient profound jade. Generally, those below the Divine Master realm choose to train in this level of the mountain, as higher levels would be too advanced for themselves and a waste. At the moment, the queue for the 4th level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain was the longest. Yi Chen glanced at the crowd, noting that under the supervision of the Divine Masters of the Xianfeng sect, about 70 to 80% of those crowding the foot of the mountain were aiming to enter the 4th level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain. The 3rd level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain will open a total of 1,000 cave abodes. To enter, one must pay a daily fee of 1 million currency. The 2nd level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain will open a total of 100 cave abodes. To enter, a daily fee of 1 billion currency is required. The Divine Masters of the Xianfeng sect continued to introduce the other levels of the ancient profound Jade Mountain. When it came to the 2nd level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain, the cost of training surged steeply, drawing gasps from the crowd at the foot of the mountain. 1 billion currency, even a peak Divine Master level treasure, can only fetch about 1 billion currency in the Sea of Exile. Thus, the value was only enough for a single day of cultivation at the 2nd level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain. Many who flocked to the Xianfeng sect intending to cultivate never expected the cost disparity between the 2nd level and 3rd level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain to be so vast. Seeing their expressions, a Divine Master from the Xianfeng sect explained, "The higher the level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain, the more precious it is, and the better the cultivation effects. The second level of the ancient profound jade mountain is sufficient even for an overlord to cultivate within, so naturally, it would be priced much higher than the third level. Furthermore, entering the second level of the ancient profound jade mountain requires not only a daily fee of 1 billion currency, but also a special status. Either one must be at the Dominion realm to qualify for entry, or must possess a silver level or above identity token from one of the two major forces of ancient Jade Island, either the Xianfeng sect or the ancient Peace Pavilion to enter. Wow. The words of this divine master caused a commotion among the crowd. They did not expect the requirements to enter the second level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain to be so high. That's only the second level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain. The requirements for the highest first level are even stricter. Seeing the shocked expressions on the crowd, the divine master of the Xianfeng sect said proudly, "The highest level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain has only 3 mountains in total in the Xianfeng sect, and only cosmic emperors can enter. No matter how much currency you have, if you're not a cosmic emperor, you can't enter. Moreover, to enter the first level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain, it requires the personal consent of the sect master of the Xianfeng sect." Buzz. When these words spread, many people gasped deeply. Heaven. The first level ancient profound Jade Mountain dedicated solely for the cosmic emperor's cultivation. For everyone present, it's simply unimaginable. The cosmic emperor, even with the existence of the Sea of Exile, any one of them is an undeniable overlord, a being whose mere footstep can shake the Sea of Exile. Alright, the rules have been repeated many times. Now, line up and register for the level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain you wish to go to. Upon hearing this rule, the countless crowd began looking for the queue that suited them. Still, most people aimed for the lowest fourth-level ancient profound Jade Mountain. The remainder mostly headed for the third-level ancient profound Jade Mountain. Yichun glanced at the queue for the second-level ancient profound Jade Mountain and saw only a few dozen people in line there. These few dozen people were mostly masters. Even if they weren't masters, only a few were of the Divine Master realm. As for the first-level ancient profound Jade Mountain queue, there wasn't a single person. After looking for a moment, Yichun walked towards the second-level ancient profound Jade Mountain queue. When Yichun reached the end of the line, countless gazes focused on him. Who is this person? Actually queuing for the second-level ancient profound Jade Mountain? The second-level ancient profound Jade Mountain, it costs 1 billion currency per day to cultivate there. He is so young. Does he have such wealth? Could he be the descendant of a prominent figure from a major force? Judging by the aura emanating from him, he is only in the divine venerable realm. Even if he is the descendant of a major figure, going to the second-level ancient profound Jade Mountain seems too wasteful, unless he is an extraordinary genius. Countless people discussed Yichun. Even many masters in the second-level ancient profound Jade Mountain queue turned back to look at Yichun. After all, with no queue at the first-level ancient profound Jade Mountain, the second level was the highest, and Yichun, such a young man, showing up inevitably drew everyone's attention. At this moment, Yichun turned a blind eye to the countless gazes. He was fully prepared in terms of qualification and currency, coming here solely for cultivation, with no intention of interacting with others. Yichun's calm demeanor made many people even more curious about his background. The queues for the third and fourth levels were crowded, and the cave abodes were limited, allowing entry only in sequence. However, Yichun's second-level queue moved much faster. The second-level ancient profound Jade Mountain had 100 cave abodes, and there weren't even 100 people entering daily, so there was no need to wait. Registration and currency payment were sufficient. Soon, as those in front completed their registration and entered, it was Yichun's turn. The Divine Master responsible for this queue's registration and currency collection from the Xianfeng sect had already noticed Yichun. Now, seeing Yichun in front of him, the Divine Master carefully scrutinized Yichun for a moment, then said to him, "Guest, you should understand the rules for entering the second-level ancient, profound Jade Mountain." Yichun nodded and directly took out 2 tokens. One was a golden identity token representing the most precious guest status of the ancient peace pavilion. The other was a currency token used in the Sea of Exile. Upon seeing the golden identity token Yi Chun presented, the divine master of the Xian Feng sect's eyes shone brightly. Others in the queue who had been watching Yi Chun were also shocked. A golden identity token, and it's from the ancient peace pavilion. This young man must have a significant background. Neither these people nor the divine master of the Xian Feng sect knew that Yi Chun's token was gifted by that little girl Gu Yanyan, the first time she met Yi Chun, for helping her discover a cluster of overlord-level divine fire. If they knew this, they would be even more astonished. Astonished that Gu Yanyan would so casually give such a precious token to Yi Chun. Of course, if they knew that Yi Chun, at the immortal divine venerable realm, could discover overlord-level divine fire, they would be even more amazed. Yi Chun didn't care about the shock on everyone's faces. After showing the identity token for the Xian Feng sect's divine master to inspect, he quickly put the golden token away. Simultaneously, Yi Chun tossed the currency token to the divine master, saying, "I intend to cultivate for a month at the second-level ancient profound Jade Mountain. You can deduct a month's currency first, and if I need more time, I'll inform you later." A month? That would require a whopping 30 billion currency. What a lavish expenditure. If used for the fourth-level ancient profound Jade Mountain, it would allow for over 80 years of cultivation time. Even in the third-level ancient profound Jade Mountain, it could last over 8 years. Many people in the other two queues, who were both older and at higher realms than Yi Chun, looked at Yi Chun with extreme envy. After all, they also wished to cultivate in the second-level ancient profound Jade Mountain, and even if it seemed wasteful, they desired to have the qualification to enter. Amid countless admiring gazes, Yi Chun stepped into the Xian Feng sect's mountain gate. The mountain gate of the Xian Feng sect had evidently been refined with special spatial divine skills. From the outside, the gate seemed merely to stand at the foot of a giant mountain. But upon entering the gate, Yi Chun saw that stretched before him were layers of endless divine mountains, with seas of clouds hidden among them. The true domain of the Xian Feng sect was countless times larger than it appeared from the outside. "Sir, you wish to enter the second level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain to cultivate. Please follow me." As soon as Yi Chun entered the gate of the Xian Feng sect, a beautiful maid flew over to him, introducing various aspects of the ancient profound Jade Mountain while leading the way. This maid, though a maid, was in the God-King realm, which might seem unimpressive in the vast Sea of Exile, but in an ordinary divine kingdom, she would be a renowned figure. Of course, there are many people entering the Xian Feng sect to cultivate. It's not possible for everyone to have a maid to guide them. Only those entering the first and second levels of the ancient profound Jade Mountain for cultivation are afforded this privilege. Along the way, as she led the way, the beautiful maid observed Yi Chun. "This gentleman is so young. He is only in the immortal divine venerable realm, yet he wishes to enter the second level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain to cultivate, and he has spent 30 billion currency to cultivate there for a month. Such a magnitude of spirit is beyond even many masters. What is the background of this young gentleman?" Yi Chun possessed an extraordinary aura. His eyes were incredibly bright, and even though he was only in the immortal divine venerable realm, the beautiful maid felt a stirring within her heart. In fact, as she spoke with Yi Chun, her fair face blushed slightly. Yet, of course, at this moment, Yi Chun had no time to pay attention to this beautiful maid. He had seen countless beauties. The most exceptional, like Zhang Yao and Long Li, had an incredibly close relationship with Yi Chun. This was but a small maid of the Xian Feng sect. Why would Yi Chun waste time to take another glance? At this moment, Yi Chun's entire mind and spirit were focused on the cultivation that was about to commence. This cultivation opportunity is the most precious one before entering the Nine Bens Demon Realm. The Nine Bens Demon Realm is extremely risky, and before venturing there, every method possible must be enhanced to its utmost. Only then can there be a great harvest in the Nine Bens Demon Realm. Only then can there be greater assurance of returning to the primal beginning universe to see Yaoer and Lier again. Currently, though Yi Chun had numerous methods, the pressure was immense. The stronger the methods, the more formidable experts Yi Chun encountered. Especially after interacting with many masters, although Yi Chun could slay them, it was only by relying on the power of divine treasures. Based purely on Yi Chun's own strength, it was still far from enough. And Yi Chun was thoroughly dissatisfied with this perpetual reliance on external artifacts. After all, external things are just that, external. What you can truly rely on is yourself. If faced with a formidable cosmic emperor or even star lord, whose divine treasure is stronger than his, then what? Moreover, to return to the primal beginning universe, relying on the divine treasures at hand is not enough. It requires the enhancement of one's own realm to have hope. Currently, the immortal divine venerable realm is already too lacking. Whether it's to return to the primal beginning universe for Yaoer and Lear to find them, or for the sake of my senior sister and ZG Star Lord, facing the threat of the starry sky demons, strength must be elevated swiftly. I have now broken through 3 layers of shackles, reaching the pinnacle of the immortal divine venerable realm, and am prepared for a breakthrough into the supreme sovereign realm. And breaking through to the sovereign realm, if prepared well, can swiftly advance several minor realms. After the stellar domain genius battle, many broke directly from the immortal divine venerable to the 2-star or 3-star sovereign. I too must push far into the sovereign realm, and all my major methods, the primordial star scripture Taiyu chapter, the 3 heaven-earth innate divine methods, stellar terrestrial spin, chaotic heavenly divine light, immortal spirit seed, as well as the heavenly sword divine art, great sun pitha divine sound, etc., all need cultivation. A month might not be enough. It depends on the specific circumstances of cultivation on the ancient profound Jade Mountain. Yi Chun thought to himself, "Sir, we have arrived at the 2nd-level domain of the ancient profound Jade Mountain. You may choose a cave abode for cultivation as you wish." As Yi Chun's mind was racing, the voice of the guiding maid reached his ears. Yi Chun followed the direction indicated by the beautiful maid. Upon seeing, Yi Chun took a deep breath. What a magnificent sight! Looking into the void from where Yi Chun stood, he could see a vast white sea of clouds towering ahead, with several huge light spheres crafted by the cosmic emperors of Xian Feng sect, resembling suns, above it, radiating 10,000 beams of light, illuminating the entire sea of clouds, causing it to emit rainbow-like divine light. And looking deeper into the sea of clouds, layers of continuous divine mountains stood ahead, like a fairyland. The sea of clouds merely hung around the waist of those divine mountains. The mountain peaks looked like pillars propping up the sky. Along the way, Yi Chun had also heard the maid introducing. This cultivation realm had formations naturally formed, as well as those later crafted by the cosmic emperors of the Xian Feng sect. The 4th-level ancient, profound Jade Mountain, the worst, bears heavy traces of human carving. But the 1st-level ancient, profound Jade Mountain, the best, is truly naturally formed, even located above the finest ancient, profound jade mines. At this moment, although Yi Chun could not enter the 1st-level ancient, profound Jade Mountain, which only the cosmic emperor could access, the 2nd-level ancient, profound Jade Mountain was no less extraordinary. Every peak here could be described as an unparalleled cultivation divine land in the inner sea of the Sea of Exile. Don't be deceived by the countless divine mountains ahead. Only a few hundred cultivation cave abodes are the most precious. Moreover, many cave abodes have already been occupied, and some people have begun cultivating. Only 100 cave abodes were open this day by Yi Chun. The remaining cultivation opportunities are even more rare. As Yi Chun gazed at the sea of clouds divine mountain before him, a beautiful maid handed a jade plaque to him. "Sir, this jade plaque is the restriction jade plaque for entering the cultivation cave abode," the beautiful maid explained to Yi Chun. "Only by entering the abode with this jade plaque can one avoid triggering the defense prohibition within. Sir, you have paid the cultivation fee for 1 month. The jade plaque also records 1 month of cultivation time. Within this month, sir, you can freely cultivate inside the cave abode. Of course, after 1 month, if sir does not provide a new cultivation fee, the abode's prohibition will automatically expel sir. So, If Sir wishes to continue cultivating inside, please inform me of the Xianfeng sect in advance to extend the jade plaque time. The method to inform in advance and the method to enter the cave abode are all recorded on the jade plaque. Sir only needs to explore with your divine sense to know. After explaining, the beautiful maid stood obediently beside Yi Chun, ready to answer any further questions he might have. Yi Chun did not ask much. He simply nodded before placing the jade plaque against his forehead. After a few moments, Yi Chun understood many rules about cultivating on the ancient profound Jade Mountain. Yi Chun had entered many such cultivation lands before, and although the rules inside were different, the general procedures were quite similar. All right, since I can choose the cave abode myself, I'll proceed to make my choice now. Thank you for your assistance along the way, Yi Chun said directly to the beautiful maid. The beautiful maid did not expect Yi Chun to have no inclination to speak more with her, directly issuing an order to leave. In such a situation, the beautiful maid dared not waste any more of Yi Chun's time. She hurriedly said to Yi Chun, "Since Sir understands, then this servant will take her leave. If Sir has any requirements, just follow the contact method on the jade plaque to inform this servant." Yi Chun nodded, and the beautiful maid gracefully departed. Yi Chun looked ahead, took a step, and directly stepped into the vast sea of clouds. With another step, he was already among the peaks of the divine mountains. Those divine mountain cave abodes already occupied for cultivation emitted prohibition lights of different colors, making them easy to identify. After flying around the divine mountains, Yi Chun chose a masterless cave abode at the outer edge. This was a cave abode hidden among 3 divine mountains. Upon entering the range of the cave abode, Yi Chun felt a rich divine energy permeating his entire body. This divine energy was far more precious and special than countless other cultivation divine lands. A divine energy Yi Chun had never experienced before. The aura of ancient profound jade, Yi Chun immediately understood. In this aura, Yi Chun felt all the divine power in him become much more active. Even the bottleneck for a breakthrough seemed to loosen. This happened even before he truly began cultivating, which truly indicated that the ancient profound Jade Mountain was an incredible cultivation divine land. Yi Chun, of course, did not want to waste too much time outside. 1 month's time had already been counting since he entered the cave abode's range, and he must hurry. Yi Chun flew directly to the entrance of the cave abode, pointed with the jade plaque in his hand, and the door of the cave abode opened wide. Yi Chun stepped into the cave abode. As Yi Chun stepped into the cave abode, the divine mountain area where it was located immediately changed its color. This meant someone had occupied this place. The cave abode Yi Chun entered was vast, spanning tens of thousands of zhang. At its center were 3 special cultivation divine platforms made of ancient profound jade. Through the jade plaque, Yi Chun had already learned that these 3 ancient profound jade cultivation divine platforms were respectively Realm Breakthrough Divine Platform, Divine Skills Breakthrough Divine Platform, and Divine Sense Comprehension Platform. Each had its unique, marvelous uses. Yi Chun did not immediately enter the divine platforms to cultivate, but sat cross-legged in the cave abode, beginning to keenly sense things. The first thing Yi Chun cultivated was the primordial star scriptures Tai Yu chapter. He operated the cultivation method of the Tai Yu chapter to sense the space star aperture here. The Tai Yu chapter, written by ZG Starlord, was a supreme secret skill, fundamentally beyond the range of what the ancient profound Jade Mountain's divine skill breakthrough platform could reinforce. So Yi Chun did not intend to cultivate this method on the divine skill breakthrough platform. In the chaotic heavenly hall, Yi Chun had already successfully completed the first extreme of the Tai Yu chapter, having even grasped the means of spatial rift. At this time, looking into Yi Chun's origin star aperture, one could see that he had accumulated countless origin star apertures, soon to undergo a transformation to the second extreme. During this period, Yi Chun traveled across various domains of the Sea of Exile, simultaneously walking and sensing the space star aperture, accumulating the origin star apertures within him. Now, the time had come to break through the origin star aperture once again. Boom! Yi Chun's divine sense spread throughout the entire cave, the entire Xianfeng sect, and even the entire ancient Jade Island. Yi Chun aimed to comprehend the space star aperture here, to accumulate the final bit of origin star aperture, making the last push to break through to the second plane of the Taiyu chapter. In that instant of divine sense dispersion, Yi Chun reached a transcendent state, where he didn't even truly use divine sense to explore. Instead, by leveraging the spatial comprehension power of the Taiyu chapter, he clearly saw everything on ancient Jade Island. Yi Chun saw countless people gathered outside Xianfeng sect on ancient Jade Island, and also saw countless people crowded within the area of ancient Peace Pavilion on the other side. He even saw the young palace master of Immortal Divine Palace, Situnyenshi, resting at the mysterious place invited by ancient Peace Pavilion. Saw the daughter of the island master of Sky Extreme Demon Island, Tianli Weiwei, meditating in a small region, and even those two cosmic emperors on ancient Jade Island. And all of this, even Situnyenshi, Tianli Weiwei, and those two cosmic emperors were completely unaware. The cultivation of the Taiyu chapter goes beyond the imagination of countless people. Unfortunately, this was just a meditative state and couldn't be used otherwise. Otherwise, with just this transcendental probing ability, if it were to augment attacks, not even the cosmic emperors could guard against it. However, Yi Chen's focus wasn't on exploring these people. His entire mind and spirit were investigating ancient Jade Island, comprehending the space star aperture here. Finally, after dozens of breaths, Yi Chun finally sensed the space star aperture here, beginning to imprint yet another origin star aperture within himself. Ancient Jade Island inherently belonged to the mysterious place of the Sea of Exile. The origin star apertures imprinted here were much larger than those in countless other territories. The power of its origin star aperture, upon entering Yi Chen's body, directly went from quantitative change to qualitative change, directly bringing Yi Chun to the moment of charging for the second plane of the Taiyu chapter. Boom! In an instant, a mysterious space power surged into Yi Chen's entire body and soul. Instantly, a series of divine brilliance appeared inside Yi Chen's body. The divine brilliance flickered, lighting up the entire cave brightly. Additionally, the Xianfeng sect had special shield prohibitions to avoid affecting others' cultivation and to protect the cultivator's privacy. Otherwise, this dazzling divine brilliance could pierce through the entire void outside, causing a great disturbance. When countless divine brilliance flickers ended, each origin star aperture Yi Chun used to break through to the second plane appeared in the mysterious space within him and started to merge, just as they did when breaking through the first extreme. Finally, all these origin star apertures merged into one massive origin star aperture. The second plane origin star aperture. Originally, the first extreme origin star aperture had already immensely enhanced the starry origin power within Yi Chun. The formation of this second plane origin star aperture directly caused a significant transformation and advancement in the starry origin power within Yi Chun. Boom! Simultaneously, at the moment the second plane origin star aperture appeared, another mysterious technique entered Yi Chen's mind. Back when he achieved the first extreme origin star aperture, Yi Chun mastered a special technique of the Taiyu chapter spatial rift. Now, this transformation of the second plane once more granted Yi Chun a special hidden technique of the Taiyu chapter. Spatial blink. This second special technique of the Taiyu chapter was astonishingly named spatial blink. Yi Chun carefully reviewed the description of this technique sent to his mind, and the more he read, the more astonished he became. In the end, Yi Chun even called out with joy. This spatial blink technique was incredibly precious. According to the technique's description, this spatial blink was different from the regular spatial blink in space law, which is blinking from one spatial location to another. This spatial blink from the Taiyu chapter directly blinks from the current universe to a special space entirely different from the cosmic sea and countless other universes. The span of this blink surpasses imagination. Even cosmic emperors and the vast majority of Star Lords cannot probe into this blink span. This implies that once Yi Chun masters this technique, he can use this blink to escape when encountering danger. At that time, not even cosmic emperors or Star Lords would be able to track him. Of course, this technique of the second plane can't be unimaginably powerful and does have limitations. Yi Chun looked at the rules of the Taiyu chapter's spatial blink. This special technique of blinking to an alternate space has greater duration with stronger power. With Yi Chen's current strength, he can only enter the alternate space for a few seconds. Once the time is up, Yi-chun will be sent back to the original space world. Moreover, the rules indicate that while Yi-chun can only stay in the alternate space for a few seconds, within those few seconds, with Yi-chun's flying capability, he can fly several million miles. Then, after being transferred back to the original space world, he can choose to teleport to a location within a range of several million miles. Several million miles sound incredibly far, but to the cosmic emperors and other formidable beings, it is definitely within their detection range. If truly used for escape, a few seconds of evasion and fleeing is absolutely insufficient. This sounds quite inadequate. Yet, Yi-chun wasn't discouraged in the slightest. Because, according to the rules, even if a cultivator doesn't have enough inherent ability to blink for more than a few seconds, having a powerful spatial treasure on hand can extend the blinking duration by hiding within it. Yi-chun, after all, possesses an extraordinarily powerful treasure, the Star's Tower. In Yi-chun's breakthrough with the primordial star scripture, now, while Yi-chun hasn't yet understood most secrets of the Star's Tower, he has already understood several of its secrets, including the great divine power of having a storage space. The storage space can hold precious treasures. Even formidable star lords cannot detect them. Moreover, what's even more precious is that Yi-chun discovered that after cultivating the primordial star scriptures to the 6th chapter, he can also hide inside the Star's Tower. Although the Star's Tower is inconvenient to reveal in public, Yi-chun never intended to use it casually. However, after blinking to the alternate space, there is no fear of being seen by others. At that time, Yi-chun can directly hide in the Star's Tower to extend his stay in the alternate space. And with the level of the Star's Tower, it can definitely stay in the alternate space for a very long time. By then, even if Yi-chun is teleported out, he can definitely choose to be teleported to an extremely far range. The spatial blink, when used together with the Star's Tower, is definitely an extraordinary life-saving card. The primordial star scripture truly is formidable. The techniques of each chapter are incredibly astonishing. The second plane techniques of the Taiyu chapter are incredibly useful. Yi-chun was initially worried about the trip to the Nine Bends Demon Realm. After all, there may even be beings at the Star-Lord level going there, and any slight misstep could lead to disaster. But now, with this spatial blink technique, although Yi-chun still couldn't confront super-strong opponents head-on, at least he had great assurance for saving his own life. What surprised Yi-chun even more is that this spatial blink technique, just like the spatial rift technique of the first extreme, is also very easy to learn. Yi-chun spent only the time of 2 cups of tea in his cave dwelling to completely master this technique. Let's give it a try. Having mastered this new Taiyu chapter hidden technique, especially as it involves life-saving, Yi-chun naturally wanted to try it out himself. After making the preparations, swish. In an instant, Yi-chun, according to the method of operation, activated the spatial blink technique. This was driven by Yi-chun using the exclusive starry origin power cultivated in the Taiyu chapter. As the starry origin power wrapped around Yi-chun's body, at the moment the spatial blink spell was activated, suddenly, Yi-chun felt his whole body make a sudden leap, directly entering an incomparably dark space, completely different from the cosmic sea and the alternate spaces of the major universes. In this alternate space, Yi-chun only felt utter darkness, unable to see anything. Even Yi-chun felt as if he couldn't breathe here. An immense pressure attacked Yi-chun, and he felt that he could only stay here for 2 seconds, beyond which he would definitely be crushed by this alternate space. What is this alternate space? It's completely different from the cosmic sea and major universes. Frightened, Yi-chun did not dare to explore the mysterious and terrifying alternate space further and directly blinked out of it. And at this moment, something astonishing happened to Yi-chun. Even though Yi-chun only stayed in the alternate space for 2 seconds, upon returning, Yi-chun discovered he could sense a range of millions of miles around him. It was as if he could blink to any place within this range with just a thought. Within this range of millions of miles, ancient Jade Island was among them. Yi-chun, of course, would not randomly go elsewhere, as he still needed to continue cultivating at the ancient profound Jade Mountain. With a thought, Yi-chun instantly returned to his cave dwelling. All this happened in just a few breaths, as if Yi-chun had never left. But the shock in Yi-chun's heart was at its peak. After all, He had suddenly gone to another unbelievable place. It seems there are countless secrets I still don't know. Only by becoming stronger can I learn more things. Yi Chen's heart pounded rapidly. After calming down a bit, Yi Chen once again activated the spatial blink technique. With Yi Chen's current starry origin power, he estimated he could activate this hidden technique 7 times a day. This time, Yi Chen wanted to see how long he could stay in the alternate space using the star's tower. Whoosh! Blinking again, Yi Chen re-entered the terrifying dark space. Without waiting for that immense pressure to arrive, just upon entering the incomparably dark alternate space, Yi Chen immediately brought out the star's tower. Whoosh! Yi Chen's entire body instantly entered the star's tower. The star's tower, truly a supreme divine object, directly vanished into the dark space, persistently holding on. This attempt astonished Yi Chen. While hiding inside the star's tower, he felt none of the outside pressure, and Yi Chen even had the feeling that the star's tower could last a long time in this dark space. Yi Chen considered using the star's tower to thoroughly explore this pitch-black alternate space. However, even though Yi Chen flew with the star's tower, he still felt the alternate space was pitch-black, unable to see anything else. After staying for over 10 minutes, Yi Chen gave up on the exploration. This mysterious and dark alternate space might not be something he could explore at his current stage. It's more important to hurry back to his cave dwelling to cultivate. Thinking of this, Yi Chen moved his mind again and blinked out of the alternate space. And this time, because he stayed in the alternate space for such a long time, the range within which Yi Chen could choose to blink back increased enormously. It even covered a large area of the Sea of Exile. Yi Chen did not hesitate and directly blinked back into his cave dwelling at ancient profound Jade Mountain. Through 2 attempts, Yi Chen gained a profound understanding of the second spatial technique in the Taiyu chapter, Spatial Blink. Spatial Blink. It is absolutely Yi Chen's strongest life-saving trump card at the moment. Yi Chen had been preparing countless techniques, yet he didn't expect the most powerful primordial star scripture to once again surprise him with a hidden secret technique. With Spatial Blink, Yi Chen's confidence in venturing into the Nine Ben's demon realm increased significantly. By then, even if he had some friction with those star lords from the abyss, he would still have a life-saving trump card. Now that the second plane of the Taiyu chapter has been successfully cultivated, it's time to truly launch the assault on the sovereign realm. Yi Chen immediately moved his figure and flew onto one of the 3 ancient profound jade cultivation platforms, the Realm Breakthrough Divine Platform. Earlier, experiencing Spatial Blink and entering that endlessly dark and extremely oppressive alternate space made Yi Chen once again feel the inadequacy of his strength. Coupled with Yi Chen's constant anticipation of a realm breakthrough. At this moment, it's time to turn those countless expectations into reality. Today, I must succeed in breaking through to the sovereign realm. Sitting cross-legged on the Realm Breakthrough Divine Platform, Yi Chen quickly entered a cultivation state, carefully sensing every change in his essence, qi, and spirit, and feeling the bottleneck of the breakthrough within him. In the past, when breaking through from the God King realm to the Divine Venerable realm, 3 golden locks appeared in Yi Chen's body. Breaking those 3 locks allowed Yi Chen to advance through 3 levels and reach his present immortal Divine Venerable realm. However, in breaking through from the immortal Divine Venerable realm to the Sovereign realm, there were no 3 locks in his body. This major breakthrough in realm is a special kind of insight. This insight necessitates communicating with the cosmic sea via oneself. If one can sense the cosmic sea and evoke the divine tribulation to descend upon oneself, then one can stride from the Divine Venerable realm to the Sovereign realm. Moreover, during this process, one can trigger multiple divine tribulations, allowing the Sovereign realm to break through to even higher levels at once. Rumor has it that the higher the number of divine tribulations triggered in one go, the higher the star ranking when breaking through to the Supreme Sovereign realm. There are even tales of someone encountering some unknown fortuity, who once triggered 7-fold divine tribulation from the immortal Divine Venerable realm, and ultimately broke through to the 7-star Sovereign realm in one go. Of course, such a tale is akin to a myth. Furthermore, breaking through to a higher level isn't necessarily always better. There's a significant risk as countless others have triggered excessive divine tribulations at once, resulting in their realm being completely shattered, unable to progress any further, and even dropping significantly from the divine venerable realm. Yichun does not intend to break through from the immortal divine venerable realm to the 7-star or 8-star sovereign realm in one go. According to Yichun's plan, being slightly stronger than those geniuses from various universes and breaking through to a 3-star or 4-star sovereign would be more than sufficient. The sovereign realm is the highest realm that can be cultivated across major universes. Only in this realm can the powerhouses from various universes finally sense the existence of the cosmic sea, and only by truly sensing its existence and undergoing the divine tribulation induced by it can they undergo a transformation in their divine power, preparing them for the prospect of reaching the divine master realm and visiting the cosmic sea someday. The progression from the sovereign realm to the divine master realm is also the process of transforming one's divine power into cosmic sea divine power. Previously, when Yichun was in the immortal divine venerable realm, he couldn't find a suitable opportunity to sense the cosmic sea and launch an assault on the sovereign realm. Now, Yichun is curious to see if the ancient profound Jade Mountain within Xian Fengsec's legendary divine lands can allow him to achieve a breakthrough in one go. Bang! 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 This method of realm breakthrough, this method of communication and insight, Yichun had long cultivated. At this moment, as Yichun genuinely attempted communication, his entire mind and spirit rapidly entered an extraordinary and mysterious state. The divine power on Yichun's body surged like boiling water, continuously rising within him, emitting layers of divine aura that enveloped him entirely. Meanwhile, Yichun's divine soul perception began to expand, expanding again, as if it was going to leap out of this region, leap out of ancient profound Jade Mountain, leap out of Xian Fengsect, leap out of the Sea of Exile, and ultimately leap into the core of countless universes, the cosmic sea. This expansion of divine soul perception bore some resemblance to Yichun's insight into the spatial acupoints of numerous regions, but the scope was even larger. It requires sufficient strength of the divine soul, countless cultivation fortuities, and immensely powerful divine power support to keep this perception ongoing, persisting until it makes contact with the cosmic sea. Otherwise, the boiling divine power within oneself would stall, and such divine soul perception would halt as well. At that point, the cultivation breakthrough state would terminate directly. Were it any other immortal divine venerable, to break through to the supreme sovereign realm, it might require numerous attempts to succeed. Countless people, after cultivating to the peak of immortal divine venerable, ultimately can't surpass this step and become a true sovereign. But Yichun, what kind of figure is he? His combat power at the moment can even crush countless divine masters. Breaking through to the sovereign realm presents no pressure whatsoever for Yichun. Besides, although Yichun, when cultivating the Taiyu chapter and sensing spatial acupoints, did not sense an extremely vast scope, nonetheless, gaining insight into the hidden method of spatial blink just now truly broke through the cosmic sea and the scope of countless universes, entering an even more mysterious alternate space. The degree of this blink is even more terrifying. Simply communicating with the cosmic sea poses no problem whatsoever for Yichun at present. In other regions, forceful communication might require a long time, but in this divine land's ancient profound Jade Mountain, Yichun accelerated the speed of this communication by countless times. Swish! At the moment when Yichun began attempting the breakthrough, in virtually an instant, Yichun felt that the range of his divine soul sensing was continuously expanding, suddenly leaping beyond the confines of ancient Jade Island and reaching the inner sea. After several dozen breaths, Yichun's divine soul sensing had magnified to encompass the entire inner sea. At this moment, the realm breakthrough divine platform on which Yichun was seated cross-legged was flickering wildly. Countless priceless ancient profound jades began to emit endless divine brilliance, imbued onto Yichun, granting him boundless breakthrough power. Yichun, wrapped in the boiling divine aura, could directly sense this mysterious power of the ancient profound jade. What a surging power! At this moment, Yichun could no longer afford to marvel at the wonders of the ancient profound jade. His entire mind and spirit were concentrated on the divine soul sensing. He was just seizing the power of the ancient profound jade to accelerate the amplification of his divine soul sensing. Amplify, continue amplifying. Let the divine soul break through the boundaries of the sea of exile in one fell swoop and directly enter the true cosmic sea. At this moment, Yi Chun sensed that in the stage where the divine soul continuously expanded from the inner sea towards the entire sea of exile, this divine soul sensing was different from true divine soul exploration. Yi Chun could not observe other people or objects in the inner sea. He could only sense his divine soul leaping and transcending beyond the vast boundary of the inner sea. This is precisely the true essence of the breakthrough from divine venerable to sovereign. After a period of time equivalent to a tea session, Yi Chen's divine soul sensing had completely transcended the entire sea of exile, and he finally saw ahead a luminous realm resembling an extreme ocean. Cosmic Sea. That extreme luminous realm was like countless centers of universes, like the realm where countless stars merged, which was precisely the cosmic sea that Yi Chun was aiming to comprehend through this breakthrough. Boom! Yi Chen's divine soul sensing instantly entered this extreme realm, into the cosmic sea. Upon entering, Yi Chun only felt as if he had leaped from an incredibly tiny realm into an immeasurably vast realm, as if his entire mind and spirit had been elevated, and his entire life had transformed. This was the arrival of a true breakthrough opportunity. Although this divine soul sensing did not allow Yi Chun to see specific people or objects in the cosmic sea like a true divine master, Yi Chun could clearly sense the vastness and extremity of the cosmic sea realm. This is the state that an immortal divine venerable must achieve to break through to the supreme sovereign realm. If other sovereigns knew Yi Chun had reached the state of communicating with the cosmic sea in just the time of a tea session, they would undoubtedly be astounded. After all, many people, even with the aid of divine lands, would need several hours, days, or even longer to reach such a state of communication. Of course, merely communicating with the cosmic sea is not enough. One must also summon the descent of the cosmic sea's divine tribulation. Yi Chen's divine soul, expanding its sensing into the cosmic sea, did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it seemed to have undergone transformation and refinement, growing even more robust. Yi Chun charged his entire divine soul toward the void heaven of the cosmic sea. Boom! 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 At the same moment Yi Chen's divine soul charged toward the cosmic sea sky, a divine tribulation, resembling a golden lightning bolt, struck directly at Yi Chen's divine soul from the cosmic sea sky. This was a strike of comprehension, not an actual strike. Yet, it seemed as if the divine tribulation traveled tens of millions of miles in an instant, also appearing within the cave, above Yi Chen's head. This was the true descent of the divine tribulation. Yi Chen's divine soul had summoned the divine tribulation from within the cosmic sea. More miraculously, when this true divine tribulation descended into the cave, it opened up a vast breakthrough space right within the cave, pulling Yi Chun entirely into this breakthrough space. Countless divine tribulations rapidly engulfed Yi Chun entirely. The terrifying divine tribulation seemed capable of striking even those in the realm of immortal divine venerable to pieces. Yet Yi Chun was unafraid. Instead, he opened his eyes within the divine tribulation, with his long hair billowing. I did it. I actually triggered the divine tribulation. Now, it's the time to break through to the supreme sovereign realm. Yi Chun wholly launched a charge toward the divine tribulation. Simultaneously, in the cosmic sea space sensed by Yi Chen's divine soul, yet another layer of divine tribulation descended from the void heaven. The second divine tribulation. It didn't stop. Boom! 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 One golden lightning-like divine tribulation after another slashed onto Yi Chen's divine soul sensing. Simultaneously, one true divine tribulation after another also descended into the cave's breakthrough space, completely swallowing Yi Chun. Altogether, the divine tribulations summed up to a total of 5 layers. 5-fold divine tribulation. This signifies that if Yi Chun succeeds in breaking through, he could directly achieve the level of a 5-star sovereign. Feeling the descent of a 5-fold divine tribulation from the cosmic sea, Yi Chun, trapped in the breakthrough space of his cultivation cave abode, flashed divine light in his eyes. There was not a trace of fear in his gaze. Instead, there was an indescribable joy. Fivefold divine tribulation. As long as I get through it, I can step into the five-star sovereign realm in one fell swoop. Yi-chun has been waiting to become a sovereign for so long, so very long. Since he learned about the existence of the sovereign realm in the minor pole sky, and when he encountered sovereign-level powers like the Old East Territory King Kudu in the minor spirit realm, Yi-chun had been longing for this day. Now, the moment he could reach this realm himself had finally arrived. Boom! After taking a deep breath, Yi-chun flew directly toward the even more terrifying fivefold divine tribulation. In an instant, his entire being was completely engulfed by the endless divine tribulation. Day by day passed. In the Xianfeng sect, people constantly completed their cultivation at the ancient profound Jade Mountain and left. New people continuously entered the ancient profound Jade Mountain to cultivate. Even top young figures from the Sea of Exile, such as Tianli Weiwei and Situ Lianqi, entered the second level of the ancient profound Jade Mountain where Yi-chun was, to cultivate during the wait for the ancient Peace Pavilion auction. However, both only cultivated briefly, mainly to experience the effects of the ancient profound Jade Mountain. Soon, they both left the ancient profound Jade Mountain one after the other. But regardless of who left or entered, Yi-chun's cultivation cave abode remained silent. Yi-chun continued his cultivation within the cave abode. 1 month passed quickly. Yi-chun, however, paid for an additional 12 days of cultivation just before his time was due. Calculating this time, Yi-chun's entire cultivation duration in the ancient profound Jade Mountain amounted to a full 42 days, with a staggering cost of 42 billion. Moreover, a day after the 42 days passed, the ancient Peace Pavilion auction would officially begin. Yi-chun planned to continue cultivating right up until the eve of the auction. The breakthrough in realm during Yi-chun's frenzied cultivation only took 7 days. In 7 days, Yi-chun successfully overcame the fivefold divine tribulation from the cosmic sea and reached the 5-star sovereign level. For the remaining time, Yi-chun used it all to stabilize his realm and cultivate various techniques. When the entire 42 days of cultivation were finally about to end, Yi-chun opened his eyes from a meditative state in the second-level cave abode of the ancient profound Jade Mountain. Whoosh! In the instant Yi-chun opened his eyes, divine light shot out from them, illuminating the void. Boom! Yi-chun first extended his right hand. In the moment his divine sense activated, the divine power within him instantly transformed into waves of divine flame, appearing in his palm. This was a golden divine power, entirely different from the divine power Yi-chun had cultivated before. This contained the aura of the cosmic sea, transformed from the divine tribulation power Yi-chun summoned from passing through the cosmic sea. Upon examining the divine power closely, he could even sense 5 types of extreme divine light flickering within. This obviously represented the aura of 5-star sovereign's divine power. Yi-chun lightly squeezed his palm, and the golden divine power retracted back into his body. Then, a new force appeared on his hand. This new force, more mysterious than Yi-chun's divine power, emitted mysterious and brilliant starry brilliance, which was evidently the starry origin power within Yi-chun. Now, Yi-chun's starry origin power, through the cultivation of the 6 chapters of the primordial star scripture, especially the successful cultivation of the Taiyu chapter 2nd plane, had reached an immensely vast level. After carefully sensing the starry origin power, Yi-chun directly stood up from his meditative posture, with a flicker in the void, arriving in the cave abode space. He pinched a spell with his hand, beginning to comprehend the results of the 3 heaven-earth innate divine methods: stellar terrestrial spin, chaotic heavenly divine light, and immortal spirit seed. Ancient profound Jade Mountain truly lived up to being the precious cultivation treasure land in the Sea of Exile. In this short period of nearly 40 days of cultivation, Yi-chun successfully elevated the level of stellar terrestrial spin significantly. Now, Yi-chun's stellar terrestrial spin's combat power amplification level reached a 7-fold combat power amplification level. 7-fold combat power amplification. If enhanced with Yi Chen's own divine power and the starry origin power within him, it was sufficient for Yi Chen to easily annihilate countless divine masters. Moreover, Yi Chen now was confident to engage in battle with a genuine overlord without relying on external items. This was simply a miracle. Know that, back when Yi Chen was in the divine venerable realm, he could annihilate high-level divine masters, but the difference between a divine master and an overlord was exceedingly vast. Without relying on treasures, Yi Chen dared not confront an overlord. But now, having broken through to the 5-star sovereign realm, Yi Chen could already engage with an overlord and even suppress weaker overlords. To achieve such a level in just a few short weeks of cultivation is absolutely incredible. Even in countless universes, there are hardly any Dominion realm experts who dare to confront a master. Even divine masters struggle against masters. Yi Chen, capable of challenging a master within the Dominion realm, remains an exceptionally talented individual who can fight across realms. Previously, when I wanted to battle a master, I had to rely on the divine power of a divine treasure. However, the divine power of the divine treasure would eventually be depleted. Now, I can finally rely on my own strength. It is one's own cultivated strength that is fundamental. Feeling the immense power within himself, Yi Chen's heart swelled with pride. Although I can only match a master now and not overpower countless masters, being at the 5-star Dominion realm, once I reach the divine master stage, the possibility of defeating all masters may not be out of reach. Yi Chen possesses this confidence. I've cultivated the Starry Sky Earth Rotation Divine Technique to a 7-fold combat power amplification level. I've also reached the 2nd tier of the Chaotic Heavenly Divine Light Technique. The Chaotic Heavenly Divine Light, which Yi Chen obtained when he broke the 2nd lock within his body, is a heaven-earth innate divine method that generates a formidable divine light helping Yi Chen restore his combat power. The 1st tier of the Chaotic Heavenly Divine Light increases combat power recovery speed by double. The 2nd tier enhances recovery speed by triple. According to Yi Chen's current mastery of the Chaotic Heavenly Divine Light, his combat power is enough to sustain him in battle for extended periods. Although he cannot maintain an equal pace between consumption and recovery for infinite combat, it is now sufficient for Yi Chen to no longer worry about rapid exhaustion during battles, allowing for greater peace of mind. And there's the 3rd Heaven-Earth innate divine method, the Immortal Spirit Seed. This divine method, I've just grasped the basic entry level. The Immortal Spirit Seed is an unparalleled divine method capable of preserving Yi Chen's life amidst mortal danger. Of course, its cultivation difficulty is immense. Currently, Yi Chen already has the spatial blink as a method of preservation. Given limited time, Yi Chen hasn't entirely devoted his energy to cultivating the Immortal Spirit Seed. My primary focus is on the God-devouring transformation, Heavenly Sword Divine Art, Great Sun Pitha Divine Sound, and other divine skills. Swish! A divine sword suddenly appeared in Yi Chen's hands, its brilliance shimmering with the divine light of the 10th sword articulation. Yi Chen had initially obtained a fragmented text of the Heavenly Sword Divine Art, containing 12 sword articulations, created by a swordsmanship cosmic emperor from the ancestral god temple. Yi Chen had already surprised Yuan Qingzi of the ancestral god temple by cultivating to the 6th sword articulation while in the primal beginning universe. Now, Yi Chen has cultivated to the 10th sword articulation, and mastering all 12 is merely a matter of time. Relying on the Heavenly Sword Divine Art, Yi Chen can fully unleash his current combat power. It can be said that the 10th sword articulation of the Heavenly Sword Divine Art is already sufficient for Yi Chen to engage in battles with masters. Additionally, there are methods like the God-devouring transformation, Great Sun Pitha Divine Sound. Yi Chen tried them one by one, carefully comprehending his diverse techniques. Finally, after Yi Chen had comprehended all his techniques, he walked out of the cultivation cave abode with great strides. At this moment, all cultivation time has finally ended. Outside the cave abode, it was already dusk. The evening glow suffused the skies, painting the entire Xianfeng sect's ancient, profound jade mountain in red hues. Tomorrow is the day of the auction and also the annual Rosy Cloud Festival at the Sea of Exile, reputed to be the most beautiful day at the Sea of Exile. Now, on the eve of the Rosy Cloud Festival, the sky is already so beautiful. Standing in the void, Yi Chun gazed into the sky at the endless stretch of evening glow, where he could even see the magnificent scene where the glow merged with the sea, observing countless giant birds flying along the boundary of sky and sea. The sky full of setting sun, the boundless extreme sea, birds flying. It's exceedingly beautiful. Master! Just as Yi Chun was admiring the distant scenery, the beautiful attendant from Xian Feng sect, who had previously escorted Yi Chun to the Cultivation cave abode, appeared before Yi Chun once again. The attendant came to bid Yi Chun farewell after receiving news of his completed cultivation. Master, you've advanced to the 5-star Dominion realm. Upon seeing Yi Chun after just 42 days, having directly advanced from the immortal divine venerable realm to the 5-star Dominion realm, the attendant widened her eyes. She was entirely in disbelief. Keep in mind, this beautiful attendant had seen many talented individuals come to cultivate at the second-tier ancient profound Jade Mountain, even witnessing some renowned young talents from the Sea of Exile attempt breakthroughs. Yet, she had never seen someone with such a profound breakthrough at once. A breakthrough to the 5-star Dominion realm in one go. Does it mean 5 levels of divine tribulation in the cosmic sea were triggered and successfully overcome? Long before Yi Chun invested a hefty 30 billion to cultivate at the ancient profound Jade Mountain, the attendant was exceedingly curious about him. Now, Yi Chun had not only extended his cultivation by 12 days but had such a substantial realm breakthrough, inscribing Yi Chun deeply into her memory, although the attendant still didn't know Yi Chun's origins. However, she had an inexplicable premonition that this seemingly young man before her could potentially be more talented than Tianli Weiwei and Situ Lianqi, who had previously visited the ancient profound Jade Mountain for cultivation. Yi Chun noticed the attendant's astonishment. Nonetheless, Yi Chun didn't intend to converse much with her. He simply smiled gently at the attendant and said, "Lead the way. It's time to leave this place." Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the attendant was snapped out of her daze and promptly led the way forward. Master, are you ending your cultivation today to attend tomorrow's auction at Ancient Peace Pavilion? While walking, the attendant couldn't help but ask after holding back for a while. Yi Chun, upon hearing the attendant's words, looked toward the outskirts of Xian Feng sect, nodding his head. Yes, tomorrow I'll have a look at the reputed Ancient Peace Pavilion auction at the Sea of Exile to see what it's truly like. After being escorted out of the Xian Feng sect area by a beautiful attendant, Yi Chun found a mountain peak and sat there to rest for the night. Early the next morning, Yi Chun headed toward the area where the Ancient Peace Pavilion auction conference was to be held. Over the course of just over 40 days, the number of people flocking to the island had skyrocketed, especially on the day when the auction conference officially began. The number of people on the island had reached a peak. It was several times more than the crowd Yi Chun had seen over a month ago. Walking among the crowd, Yi Chun's mindset was completely different. Over a month ago, before completing his training breakthrough, Yi Chun was merely in the realm of a mortal divine venerable, relying on no divine treasures, and his true combat power could only contend with divine masters. On ancient Jade Island, he lagged behind most people. But now, after 42 days of arduous training and transformation, Yi Chun had already reached the realm of 5-star sovereign. Even though his realm still couldn't compare to Divine Master Overlord, Yi Chun's own combat power was absolutely unfazed by any Divine Master, and he could even battle with overlords. It could be said that now, without the aid of divine treasures, Yi Chun's combat power alone could definitely stand at the forefront among the countless people on the island. After all, even though many people were on the island, those truly reaching the level of overlords or cosmic emperors were still few. Moreover, Yi Chun had now mastered the Taiyu chapter of the primordial star scripture to the second plane, newly comprehending the spatial blink technique, an absolute means of survival, giving Yi Chun a trump card for survival even when facing a Star Lord, providing him with absolute confidence in his safety. With this mindset, walking on ancient Jade Island felt entirely different. Many newcomers to ancient Jade Island were still somewhat timid, but Yi Chun could freely observe all the people and things on the island. While walking, Yi Chun also heard countless discussions. It's so lively. I didn't expect this time's Ancient Peace Pavilion auction conference to attract so many people. It seems like there are more people than previous auction conferences. Of course, as newcomers to the island, you wouldn't know. Even people from the strongest 3 palaces and 4 islands of the Sea of Exile have arrived, not to mention the descendants of the 3 palaces and 4 islands' top leaders, like Sky Extreme Demon Island, Immortal Divine Palace, 8 Wastes Island, and Creation Divine Palace. Ah? So many descendants of powerful figures have come to this island? Who exactly are they? Initially, it was Sky Extreme Demon Island's Island Master's daughter Tianli Weiwei and Immortal Divine Palace's young Palace Master Situ Lianqi, who arrived on Ancient Jade Island. Later, 8 Wastes Island's heir Chen Wufeng and the 3rd son of the Creation Divine Palace's Palace Master Yuba also arrived. Right now, the whole Ancient Jade Island is a focal point of attention. Why are so many descendants of major figures coming here? You're unaware, aren't you? Shortly after the auction conference concludes, the 9 Bens Demon Realm will open. Rumor has it that this time Ancient Peace Pavilion's auction has acquired numerous valuable items, including some things that even the 3 palaces and 4 islands lack, which are highly useful for young people. The heirs of these major powers will definitely go to the 9 Bens Demon Realm after acquiring these treasures first. That's why they are paying so much attention to this auction conference. These discussions made Yi Chen's eyebrows raise. Besides Tianli Weiwei and Situ Lianqi, 2 more heirs of the 3 palaces and 4 islands have also arrived on Ancient Jade Island, and they have come to prepare for the 9 Bens Demon Realm. I wonder what kind of divine treasures are at the auction conference to attract the attention of these people. Yi Chen was getting more interested in the upcoming auction conference. When Yi Chen reached the location where the auction conference would officially take place, he saw a magnificent void palace newly erected there. This void palace was where the auction conference would officially be held. From the outside, the void palace was divided into 3 levels. After a quick inquiry, Yi Chen understood the specific arrangements of this void palace. The Ancient Peace Pavilion auction conference was divided into 3 special phases. The first phase was the free exchange phase of treasures among various strong individuals. This phase commenced from the official start of the auction conference and continued until noon. All holders of the Ancient Peace Pavilion's 4 identity tokens could enter and conduct free exchanges of treasures. People could display their treasures for exchange or visit other stalls to trade for treasures they valued. The first level of the Void Palace was where everyone attending the auction conference could freely exchange treasures. The second level of the Void Palace was the True Grand Auction Hall. Starting from noon and lasting until afternoon, spanning 2 hours, was the Ancient Peace Pavilion's dedicated auction conference. During this phase, everyone could bid on the treasures put forth by Ancient Peace Pavilion. According to the auction conference's guidelines, a total of 24 precious treasures and 3 incredible divine treasures would be auctioned. Yi Chen speculated that those pinnacle heirs were likely here for the 3 incredible divine treasures. As for the third level of the Void Palace, that was Ancient Peace Pavilion's most precious trade zone. Only individuals possessing the Ancient Peace Pavilion's golden identity token or those of Overlord level or Cosmic Emperor level could enter. It was considered a higher-level, small-scale trade conference. Unlike the trade conference of the first level open to everyone. Given the participants' higher level, the probability of acquiring better things there was relatively higher. Of course, the trade time on this third level also took place last, from the afternoon continuing until the arrival of the Rosy Cloud Festival's formal rosy light at dusk. By the time Yi Chen arrived at the Void Palace's location, countless people had already surged into the first level of the Void Palace, starting the first level of the Free Exchange Trade Conference. Yi Chen observed underneath the Void Palace, lightly chuckled, and flew towards the palace's entrance. At this time, unlike when he first landed on the island, it was a divine master who checked identity tokens. At the entrance to the Void Palace, where the auction conference was officially held, 3 overlords were stationed, checking identity tokens. Of course, this was Ancient Peace Pavilion's auction conference, and no one would misbehave. The presence of 3 overlords was merely a sign of Ancient Peace Pavilion's attention to the auction conference. Yi Chen arrived at the entrance, took out the golden identity token given to him by the young girl Gu Yinyan he met by chance, and smoothly entered the first layer of the hall. Buzz. Upon entering the first layer, Yi Chen's first feeling was that it was bustling inside. Everywhere there was the sound of noise. There were even countless arguments and disputes being heard. Yi Chen looked inside the first layer and saw that it was like a huge plaza, incredibly bright, without the gloominess of the inner hall. Obviously, the space inside the Void Palace had been specially refined, built exclusively for everyone attending the auction to trade. At this time, countless crowds had already surged into the plaza. Especially, Ancient Peace Pavilion had set up numerous small platforms on the plaza, equivalent to trading stalls, exclusively for those who needed to display treasures. Many people with the idea of exchanging treasures had already put their treasures on these small platforms. More people were walking and watching around the various small platforms. Yi Chen roughly estimated that the number of people wanting to exchange treasures on the first layer plaza was nothing less than tens of thousands. For ordinary people to just make a round and see all the treasures would likely take an enormous amount of time. However, those who came to the Sea of Exile for the Ancient Peace Pavilion's auction were certainly not ordinary people. The weakest here were cultivators at the God King level. The strongest included many of the Overlord level. For them, searching for the treasures they needed using Divine Sense was much faster. Even though this first layer was crowded with treasures and their radiant lights affecting Divine Sense detection, it would not waste too much time to explore them all. Certainly, Yi Chen hadn't seen any Cosmic Emperor, not knowing if they disdained the large trade fair at the first layer or hadn't appeared yet. Yi Chen had some interest in the treasure exchange trade on this first layer but didn't have any real target. After all, he didn't know what treasures others had that he needed. Yi Chen just moved from one stall to another, releasing his divine sense, feeling the treasures one by one. It's the Sea of Exile, and there are indeed so many rare treasures. Initially, Yi Chen didn't care much, but the more he looked, the more delighted he became. The countless treasures laid out on the plaza allowed Yi Chen to see many things he had never seen before. One stall displayed a giant peach, exuding cold air. The peach was as huge as a small house, and with the passage of time, it could transform into many different colors. Tuahai Diver Peach, a divine peach from the Tuahai region of the Sea of Exile, excellent for practitioners of Ice Series divine methods, can even help them break through cultivation bottlenecks. Another stall displayed a string of fire-red pearls, totaling 18 pearls, each pearl containing formidable flame power. Multi-spirit fire beads, mystical fire beads made by the Fire Spirit Mountain of the Sea of Exile, serve as attack divine treasures, and 18 beads together can activate a flame divine formation to trap and kill enemies. Another stall placed a giant lotus leaf, growing a peculiar lotus which was blooming, with strange little figures dancing on it. Divine Light Lotus, an excellent divine item for cultivating willpower. Every month, a new illusion array appears on the lotus. Currently blossoming is the Heart Lotus formation. Countless stalls, countless traders, countless treasures. Simply dazzling. Yi Chen gazed at one treasure he had never seen after another and read the descriptions beside them. Of course, although many treasures were magical, they were of little use to Yi Chen, and he didn't intend to buy them. Yi Chen was merely looking out of curiosity. However, as Yi Chen walked and paused, watching everywhere, suddenly his heart skipped a beat. His head remained unmoved, but his divine sense suddenly looked towards a stall. On the platform at that stall, 7 treasures were displayed, one of which was placed at the very corner, a seemingly ordinary wooden sword. This wooden sword emitted only extremely ordinary divine power, seemingly an overlord-level polar heaven-grade treasure used by a sovereign. A polar heaven-grade treasure is considered incredibly powerful in countless universes, but at this trade fair, it was extremely common. After all, the fair even had countless divine master-level and overlord-level treasures. This overlord-level polar heaven-grade treasure was just too dim. However, the description beside it drew countless people to that stall. Only to see the explanation by the stall owner. These 7 treasures have flowed from the abyss. Abyss, the most mysterious place in the Sea of Exile. Even more mysterious than the Nine Bends demon realm Yichun was about to visit. Treasures flowing from the abyss attract countless eyes as soon as they are displayed. Of course, treasures from the abyss are not necessarily the best, as countless people have ventured into it. The treasures inside may not be self-generated but could be left by fallen outsiders. Just relying on the name abyss, while appealing to many people, might not necessarily fetch high prices. At that moment, the seemingly ordinary wooden sword on the stall did not attract much attention. After all, countless people had investigated it, and indeed, this wooden sword was a mediocre polar heaven-grade treasure, with nothing unusual. But at that moment, Yichun focused all his mind and spirit on this wooden sword, paying even more attention to it than to the other 6 more precious treasures beside it. Because Yichun felt from this wooden sword a kind of aura that drew even the chaos cauldron hidden within him to greatly focus on it. Could it be that this wooden sword is related to the immortal chaos wood? Yichun's mind and spirit were greatly stirred. Yichun clearly remembered that to open the chaos cauldron, 3 major materials were needed: absolute divine fire, 9 source water, and immortal chaos wood. Back in the chaotic heavenly hall, it was due to the unusual trembling of the chaos cauldron that Yichun obtained the absolute divine fire. Now, sensing this wooden sword, although the chaos cauldron did not tremble as fiercely as when it sensed the absolute divine fire last time, it still gave Yichun a peculiar feeling of attention, which directly made Yichun have a premonition that this wooden sword, while not being immortal chaos, would very likely has a connection with it. If he could indeed use this wooden sword to find the immortal chaos wood, Yichun's heart was pounding intensely. That would mean he directly gathered 2 of the major cauldron-opening materials. This would bring him a big step closer to opening the Chaos Cauldron. The Chaos Cauldron is something that countless peak cosmic emperors desperately desire, obviously being a super-strong existence at the Star-Lord level. Yichun certainly wanted to open this cauldron early to see what secrets it holds. Yichun walked directly towards the stall where the wooden sword was. Although experiencing intense inner turmoil, Yichun's expression remained completely unmoved. Indeed, Yichun even made a point of inspecting the other 6 treasures on the stall. A black flag, a set of stellar swords, a batch of oddly colored materials, a pair of puppet battle partners, a golden bell, and a small bag containing golden sand. The flag, swords, and puppets were all attack treasures. Judging by their grades, the swords were the highest, reaching the Overlord level of Divine Artifact grade, while the flag and puppets were at the Divine Master level. The golden bell was a defensive type of divine treasure, according to the vendor, also at the Overlord level. As for the oddly colored materials and the small bag of golden sand, these were presumably artifact refining materials. At this moment, the stall was crowded with as many as several hundred people. Most people's focus was either on the set of stellar swords or the golden bell. After all, these were an Overlord-level attack divine treasure and an Overlord-level defensive divine treasure. Obtaining them could instantly greatly enhance one's combat power. Especially since these items originated from the abyss, they might have other uses. I'm buying this set of swords. Friend, what price do you ask? I want this golden bell. I'm interested in the golden bell too. A slew of voices directly directed at the vendor. The vendor was a plump middle tribulation dominator. He heard the countless competitive voices but remained unfazed with a smiling demeanor. I've already said, these 7 treasures, I won't sell them separately. Those who want to buy must purchase all together, and each item must be priced according to Overlord level value. The vendor's words caused the surrounding crowd to look displeased. This is simply outrageous pricing. The swords and bell are fine, but the other items are merely of the Divine Master level and don't justify such high a price, especially that wooden sword, which is a polar heaven-grade divine artifact, far below Overlord level in price. Selling all at Overlord level price is just too expensive. Indeed, selling together means many items are useless to us. Why not sell separately? This clearly seems to be about using the swords and bell to sell other lower-value items. Complaints rang out one after another. Buy if you wish. These items come from the abyss and cannot be seen as ordinary goods. The vendor remained unfazed with a smile. With the stellar swords and bell, coupled with the abyss's reputation, he wasn't worried about selling them. Items flowing from the abyss? Humph, such a hodgepodge of things likely left behind by adventurers in the abyss, not originally from the abyss. Having even one original item from the abyss would be impressive. Seeing the vendor's insistence, many people gave up. Especially several overlords, upon closely examining the treasures on the stall, directly turned away. With countless treasures at this first layer of the Grand Trade Fair, and many other stalls selling items flowing from the abyss, they didn't want to waste too much time here. Finally, only a few dozen people remained, somewhat reluctant to leave. As these people were still bargaining with the vendor, Yichen walked to the stall, directly gazing at the set of stellar swords, saying, "What is the total price for these items? I'll take them." Buzz. Yichen's bold words drew the attention of the crowd to him. Take them all? A 5-star sovereign? Where did this young person come from, speaking such big words? Mind you, if all 7 treasures were sold at overlord level, the price would likely exceed 10 billion. Such a sum would be a substantial expenditure even for overlords, who undoubtedly already possess many divine treasures and might not spend such a large amount on more. The onlookers mainly consisted of divine masters. They wanted to buy but could only afford 1 or 2 items at most. Now, this 5-star sovereign actually said he'd take them all? Could he be the heir of some major faction among the younger generation? How bold! Watched by everyone, Yichen's expression remained unchanged as he turned his gaze to the vendor and directly said, "What? Do I need to show my realm to buy items here?" The plump vendor was taken aback and then immediately laughed. "Of course not. As long as you have the means to buy, I will sell. All 7 items, flat price, 50 billion. How about it, friend? Will you buy?" 50 billion. Hiss. Upon hearing this price, the people nearby all gasped. This is simply an exorbitant price. These divine masters in the crowd at best only have a total wealth of over 10 billion. This price far exceeds their expectations. Not just them, even many overlords wouldn't shell out 50 billion to buy 7 items leveraged by the abyss's reputation. At this moment, everyone was staring at Yichen, wanting to see if he would be frightened by the astronomical price of 50 billion. 50 billion? When Yichen heard this price, he furrowed his brows slightly, yet his expression remained calm. A rich man. Seeing Yichen's reaction, everyone knew that Yichen could definitely afford these items. The reason he was frowning was merely because he was hesitating. The stall owner was even more excited upon seeing Yichen's expression. Originally, he just intended to sell for 3 billion. Seeing Yichen's grand manner, he deliberately asked for 50 billion. And now, seeing Yichen wasn't showing signs of backing out, the stall owner's heart was pounding. If he could sell for 50 billion at once, he could afford to buy other more powerful divine treasures. 50 billion is too expensive. Under countless gazes, Yichen spoke softly. The only truly valuable items here are that set of flying swords and that small bell. The other items, while not bad, don't warrant such a high price. Yichen shook his head. The stall owner quickly asked, "Then how much would you be willing to pay, my friend?" "I definitely won't sell for less than 45 billion. Yichen glanced at the stall owner. This was a middle tribulation dominator, chubby, with small squinted eyes, clearly a man of profit. Yichen extended his hand, and with a whoosh, a divine light flickered. Instantly, a crystal-clear bead exuding a strange fluorescence appeared in Yichen's hand. "I'll trade you this group of chaos fluorescent pearls for your 7 treasures. How about that?" As soon as the bead appeared in Yichen's palm, the onlookers, including the stall owner, all showed great agitation. "Chaos fluorescent pearls. You actually have a complete set?" The stall owner shouted excitedly. It must be known that on the sky-high price list in the ancient Peace Pavilion, Chaos fluorescent pearls rank 23rd, indicating their tremendous value. Chaos fluorescent pearls are extremely useful for cultivation and treasure refining, and possessing them greatly aids in breaking through dominions. More importantly, a single chaos fluorescent pearl is not very useful. They must be used in a set of 72 together. Finding one is one thing, but gathering a whole set is extremely difficult. This is also the reason why the value of Chaos Fluorescent Pearls keeps rising. By current standards, a set of Chaos Fluorescent Pearls could be worth 4 billion. In certain bidding wars, prices exceeding 50 billion are not out of the question. If you really have a set of Chaos Fluorescent Pearls, my friend, I am willing to exchange these 7 treasures with you, the stall owner said to Yi-Chun excitedly. I'll let you make a little profit. Yi-Chun nodded, and with a flick of his hand, whoosh whoosh whoosh, one by one, Chaos Fluorescent Pearls appeared in his palm, and instantly, a full set of 72 appeared in front of everyone. The divine beads emitted a radiant light, crystal clear and exceptionally beautiful. They attracted countless attention. The stall owner, afraid someone else would snatch these divine treasures, hurriedly took the Chaos Fluorescent Pearls and examined them one by one, becoming exceedingly excited upon confirming they were genuine. With these Chaos Fluorescent Pearls, he had immense confidence in achieving the Greater Tribulation Dominator realm. My friend, shall we make a deal then? These things are yours. Having quickly collected the Chaos Fluorescent Pearls, the stall owner, afraid Yi-Chun would change his mind, promptly pushed the 7 treasures on the stall towards Yi-Chun. Yi-Chun smiled. His expression remained composed as he directly stowed the 7 treasures onto his body. Wooden sword. It's in hand. Yi-Chun exclaimed excitedly in his heart. Do you have more spare Chaos Fluorescent Pearls? Seeing the stall owner take the initiative and grab a set of Chaos Fluorescent Pearls, others eagerly asked Yi-Chun. Indeed, quite a few other stall owners nearby were drawn in by the Chaos Fluorescent Pearls, looking towards Yi-Chun. Yi-Chun just shook his head. Chaos Fluorescent Pearls are such precious things. It's hard to even see one chaotic luminous insect, let alone find a Chaos Fluorescent Pearl, which takes great fortune. This set was a gift from my family elders. If it weren't for my fondness for that set of flying swords, I certainly wouldn't trade it. Hearing Yi-Chun's words, others showed their disappointment. Indeed, Chaos Fluorescent Pearls are so hard to come by, only someone like him, clearly of a powerful faction's younger generation, could bring them out thanks to the blessings of their elders. To ask for more, indeed, is impossible. Wasteful, so wasteful. This guy is too extravagant. A set of Chaos Fluorescent Pearls is much more valuable than those 7 treasures. If his elders find out about this, they will surely reprimand him. Even after Yi-Chun left the stall, many were still discussing fervently. These people did not know that Yi-Chun was inwardly laughing. Chaos Fluorescent Pearls? Incredibly precious? To others, perhaps they were truly invaluable, but to Yi-Chun, he had an inexhaustible number on him. Others finding a single chaotic luminous insect to obtain 1 Chaos Fluorescent Pearl was extremely difficult. However, Yi-Chun once acquired a large mass of luminous powder inside the chaotic heavenly hall. After learning about the Chaos Fluorescent Pearls from the sky-high price list, Yi-Chun specifically bought heaven-reaching water to test if the luminous powder was Chaos Fluorescent Pearls. The result of the test confirmed it as the miraculous treasure sought on the sky-high price list. And the large mass of luminous powder Yi-Chun obtained from the chaotic heavenly hall, after fusion with heaven-reaching water, instantly gave Yi-Chun tens of thousands of Chaos Fluorescent Pearls. Enough to assemble hundreds of sets. Exchanging 1 set for 7 treasures from the abyss, particularly the wooden sword possibly related to immortal chaos wood, was worth it. Extremely worth it. If not for the concern that offering too many Chaos Fluorescent Pearls would draw great attention, Yi-Chun wouldn't even mind using more to trade for additional treasures. After completing the treasure exchange, Yi-Chun continued to wander around other stalls. However, nothing caught Yi-Chun's attention as much as the previous treasure. After all, special treasures like the wooden sword are only found by chance. If Yi-Chun didn't have the Chaos Cauldron, he wouldn't have discovered it. Other treasures, no matter how precious, can't be considered truly peerless. Otherwise, others wouldn't have exchanged them. As for attack and defense divine treasures, Yi-Chun had no shortage of them and no need to choose second-rate treasures. After a round of browsing, Yi-Chun sighed. It seems there's little hope of finding satisfactory treasures on the first floor of the Void Palace. I should wait for the second floor grand auction to start or find higher level exchanges on the third floor. At this time, there was still some time before the grand auction. So Yi-chun simply stopped searching on the first floor and looked for a private rest room to carefully examine the 7 treasures he had just acquired. In a corner of the first floor exchange hall were many private rest rooms, meant for guests awaiting the grand auction. Yi-chun spent some currency and entered one of the rooms. This room was a special forbidden space where he wouldn't be disturbed by others. It was incredibly safe inside. Upon entering, Yi-chun set up some additional prohibitions to prevent any probing, then took out the 7 treasures he had exchanged for with the Chaos Fluorescent Pearl. The Black Flag and Combat Puppet, both at the Divine Master level, were of little use to Yi-chun. After a quick glance, he put them away again. The strange-colored materials and the bag of golden sand were also of no immediate use and were stored away. In the end, Yi-chun was left with only 3 treasures. These were the set of flying swords, the small golden bell, and the wooden sword. The flying swords emitted starlight, comprising a total of 36 blades. When Yi-chun refined them, he was delighted. This set of flying swords was exceedingly suitable for his use, especially fitting for his current divine art, the Heavenly Sword Divine Art. Their quality was quite good within the Overlord level, and they would be frequently useful to Yi-chun in ordinary battles. Although Yi-chun possessed many divine treasures, he generally relied on the inherent divine might of the treasures. Such flying swords that fit his divine art were exceptionally rare. With these flying swords, Yi-chun's combat methods became much more diverse. After thoroughly testing the flying swords, Yi-chun put them away. Then Yi-chun turned his gaze to the small golden bell. The golden bell was engraved with 12 magical runes, serving as a consumable defensive divine treasure, capable of withstanding 12 formidable attacks. Its highest defensive level was only Overlord level. For Yi-chun, it was a moderately useful minor treasure. After examining all 6 treasures, only the flying swords satisfied Yi-chun. Finally, Yi-chun's focus turned to the wooden sword, which was least valued by others. Holding the wooden sword, Yi-chun examined it closely. No matter how closely Yi-chun examined it, the wooden sword seemed like a polar heaven treasure and did not reveal anything special. This was not surprising. If its extraordinary nature were easy to discover, the stall owner wouldn't have put it up for exchange. Yi-chun was not in a rush. After careful scrutiny revealed nothing unusual, Yi-chun flipped his palm, bringing forth the Chaos Cauldron. The palm-sized cauldron remained tightly sealed, impossible to open. However, the moment Yi-chun took out the Chaos Cauldron, something unimaginable happened. A barely discernible mist wisp drifted from the Chaos Cauldron toward the wooden sword in Yi-chun's hand. The wooden sword suddenly burst into flames. Yi-chun stared in amazement at the suddenly burning wooden sword. What shocked Yi-chun even more was what happened next. As the wooden sword burned, a divine sense map appeared within the flames, depicting the location of a treasure. The more Yi-chun looked at the increasingly clear map, the more excited he became. The map showed a mysterious area in the abyss of the Sea of Exile. Moreover, it pointed to a peerless divine treasure, the immortal Chaos Wood. Immortal divine wood. So, the abyss of the Sea of Exile holds the immortal Chaos Wood. No wonder the Chaos Cauldron reacted. The wooden sword itself isn't special, but it hides a treasure map. The real treasure is the immortal Chaos Wood. Yi-chun was overwhelmingly thrilled. At last, he learned the whereabouts of another cauldron-opening treasure. Once Yi-chun acquired the immortal Chaos Wood, there'd be only one cauldron-opening treasure left to fully open the Chaos Cauldron. However, after the initial excitement, Yi-chun calmed down. According to the map, the area with the immortal Chaos Wood was inhabited by heaven-shocking great demons, which only leave the area on specific days. By calculation, it would be quite some time before these great demons departed. Upon seeing the strength of these great demons, Yi-chun abandoned the immediate idea of heading to the abyss. The heaven-shocking great demons even included Star-Lord-level great demons. If Yi-chun forced his way in, he might escape using spatial blink, but stealing the immortal chaos wood from the demon horde would be a dream. It seems that to obtain the immortal chaos wood, I'll have to wait until the great demons leave before making a move, Yi Chen thought. He memorized the treasure map and the optimal time for treasure hunting. Not long after, the flames burning on the wood sword completely disappeared, and the wood sword was no longer visible. Yi Chen then placed the Chaos Cauldron back into the Star's Tower. Coming to ancient Jade Island this time was worthwhile. Not only did I break through to the 5-star sovereign realm, but I also discovered information about the immortal chaos wood. I hope there will also be some gains at the upcoming auction. Having tested the 7 treasures, Yi Chen put away the prohibition again and left the resting room. Returning to the trading hall, Yi Chen's feelings were completely different. In a short time, knowing the information about the immortal chaos wood, Yi Chen felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his mind and spirit. When he wandered around again, the treasures from all over the Sea of Exile seemed much more enchanting. While Yi Chen was strolling around, suddenly, he heard a voice. Yi Chen! Yi Chen! It was the voice of a young girl calling out to him. Looking towards the direction of the voice, Yi Chen immediately saw a young girl enthusiastically waving at him, and beside her stood a hunched elder, who was also curiously looking his way. Gu Yanyan. This young girl was indeed Gu Yanyan, whom Yi Chen had encountered on his way to ancient Jade Island when she was searching for divine fire, and had given Yi Chen a golden identity token from ancient Peace Pavilion. And that elder, even more, made Yi Chen's eyes twitch. Although the elder was displaying an overlord aura, the strength of Yi Chen's divine sense was exceptional, and his perception was incredibly sharp. This elder actually gave Yi Chen the impression of a cosmic emperor. This was a cosmic emperor. He had concealed his realm. As Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, Gu Yanyan and the elder had already walked up to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you've become a 5-star sovereign? It's only been a little over a month, and you've improved so much. How amazing! Gu Yanyan, upon seeing Yi Chen, immediately noticed the change in his realm, and her expression was quite astonished. The elder beside her showed no change in facial expression, but in his heart, he was even more surprised than Gu Yanyan. This elder was indeed a cosmic emperor, and moreover a cosmic emperor of the 2nd star tribulation. Although not as terrifying as the strongest of the 3 palaces and 4 islands, he was definitely a renowned figure in the Sea of Exile. If he hadn't deliberately shrouded his aura and hidden his identity, just being in this 1st floor trading hall would have caused an earth-shattering commotion. This elder was more special because he had an innate divine ability that greatly enhanced his ability to seek benefits and avoid harm. This innate divine ability had also allowed the elder to escape numerous dangers and gain countless rewards. Now, this elder sensed a special feeling coming from Yi Chen, as if he mustn't offend the young man before him, or it would bring great calamity. And befriending this young man could bring many benefits. This intuition truly shocked the elder to his core. After all, the Yi Chen before him was just a 5-star sovereign. Compared to him, a cosmic emperor, Yi Chen was insignificantly small. Yet his intuition was telling him not to offend this person? Could it be that this 5-star sovereign even has the power to destroy me? The elder was shaken. Of course, the elder would never doubt his own intuition. After all, if he didn't trust his intuition, he wouldn't have survived until now. At this moment, this cosmic emperor's only thought was to make sure to forge a good relationship with Yi Chen. Grandfather, this is the Yi Chen I mentioned to you. As the elder's emotions were fluctuating, Gu Yanyan spoke to him. Yi Chen, this is my grandfather. Gu Yanyan was about to introduce the elder's identity to Yi Chen when the elder interjected, speaking to Yi Chen. Young friend Yi Chen, this old man is Gu Feng, the founder of Ancient Peace Pavilion. I've long heard that young friend's sensitivity to divine fire is quite extraordinary, and meeting you in person, I find you even more outstanding. The elder spoke with a full smile, and even the wrinkles on his face seemed to be smiling. This demeanor left Gu Yanyan completely puzzled. Grandfather is always very strict and unkind to outsiders. Why is he being so different with Yi Chen? Of course, since Yi Chen had helped Gu Yanyan find divine fire last time, Gu Yanyan had a good impression of Yi Chun. Although she was young, she was pleased to see her grandfather getting along well with Yi Chun. "Young friend, how is your tour of the first floor trading fair going?" Gu Feng was still smiling as he spoke to Yi Chun. Seeing the Cosmic Emperor being so courteous to him, Yi Chun found it quite strange. And the elder's identity was even more surprising to Yi Chun. The founder of Ancient Peace Pavilion. No wonder Gu Yanyan could give him a golden identity token from Ancient Peace Pavilion. However, Yi Chun also sensed that this Cosmic Emperor harbored no malice toward him. Forming a good relationship with a Cosmic Emperor was, of course, something Yi Chun was happy to do. "Senior, there are quite a few items on this first floor, but nothing in particular caught my eye," Yi Chun replied with a smile to Gu Feng. Gu Feng waved his hand. "There are indeed few good treasures on this first floor, but the trading conference starting soon does have some remarkable items. If young friend is interested, be sure to take a close look." There was one more thing Gu Feng did not say. That was, if Yi Chun truly fancied any treasure at the auction, he wouldn't mind giving it directly to Yi Chun, as this was an opportunity to further a good relationship with him. Of course, giving it directly would be too abrupt. As the founder of Ancient Peace Pavilion, finding some opportunities for Yi Chun to acquire the desired treasures was not difficult at all. After a brief chat, under Gu Feng's enthusiastic invitation, Yi Chun ascended to the second level of the Void Palace. At that time, it was not yet noon. The auction on the second level had yet to officially commence, and the second level main hall had not opened to the public. However, Gu Feng was the founder of Ancient Peace Pavilion, and the entire pavilion was his enterprise. Bringing Yi Chun in was naturally not a problem for him. Gu Feng even arranged one of the finest VIP lounges on the second level specifically for Yi Chun. This left Gu Yanyan, who was following Gu Feng, even more astonished. It should be known that the finest VIP lounges are crafted to extremely high standards and their numbers are limited. Previously, only the Cosmic Emperors from the Sea of Exile and their direct bloodlines were qualified to enter. Even a master would only be allowed into a secondary lounge if they lacked significant background. Yi Chun was merely a 5-star sovereign at this time. Yet Gu Feng invited Yi Chun inside. Even if Gu Yanyan could sense that Yi Chun was extraordinary, she never expected that her grandfather would regard Yi Chun so highly. Recalling her grandfather's brows and eyes filled with laughter while chatting with Yi Chun on the first level, Gu Yanyan murmured in her heart, "It seems my grandfather has discovered some secrets I don't yet know, otherwise he wouldn't be so courteous to Yi Chun. Yi Chun is likely even more formidable than I imagined." Thinking of this, Yanyan smiled inwardly. "Hehe, I knew my judgment was spot on. I noticed he was extraordinary when he was helping me find the divine fire." Upon entering the finest VIP lounge, Yi Chun discovered it was an independently developed special space. Inside it had various extraordinary arrangements, like a landscape divine painting imbued with special divine intention. Observing it could make one feel refreshed, and even the divine sense gained a hint of nourishment. The subtle and elegant divine rhyme of ancient stringed zither sounds, upon hearing it soothing the soul and refining the entire spirit. There were also peculiar small mountains and ancient stones, with flora, fauna, insects, and birds within. The most remarkable was that this special space was also a precious training treasure land. Immediately upon entering, one could feel the abundant flow of divine power inside. Although this training treasure land did not compare to the uniqueness of ancient profound Jade Mountain, it was indeed extraordinary within the Sea of Exile and was of exceptional grade used as a lounge before the auction. Yi Chun did not expect Gu Feng to be so courteous to him. After entering the second level and proceeding forward, he noticed many lower-grade lounges outside, yet he entered one of the top-grade lounges. This Gu Feng, the Cosmic Emperor, must have noticed something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so cordial to someone he met for the first time. However, it's likely he discovered some of my hidden means. As for big secrets like the Stars Tower and Chaos Cauldron, even though he is a Cosmic Emperor, it's impossible for him to discern. Considering Gu Feng's courtesy, Yi Chun pondered for a few moments before gladly accepting. Just as he had previously thought, It was indeed favorable to have a cosmic emperor wish to form an alliance with him. Inside the finest lounge, Gu Feng continued conversing with Yi Chun enthusiastically. Until he received a new message he had to attend to, he then bade farewell to Yi Chun. "Young friend, please rest here for a while. Once the auction officially starts, I'll send someone to call you." Seeing Yi Chun smilingly nod, Gu Feng also left with a smile. "Yi Chun, take a good rest first." Gu Yinan also followed Gu Feng out, but before leaving, the young girl winked at Yi Chun, making a funny face, appearing mischievous and spirited. Seeing this young girl, many people flashed through Yi Chun's mind. He thought of the Little Maid Tower, little provincial princess Fang Luo, Lin Feier, these girls close to him. More importantly, he thought of Zhang Yao and Long Li, the two girls closest to him. For my journey to the Sea of Exile, I originally wanted to leave here as soon as possible and return to the primal beginning universe. I didn't expect that instead of finding a way back to the primal beginning universe, I would successfully break through to the 5-star sovereign level here. Ahead, there's still the 9 Bens demon realm to explore, and more importantly, I have to venture into the abyss and find the immortal divine wood. After these tasks are done, I must quickly head back to the primal beginning universe to see Yaoer and Lear. If I truly can't find a way back, then I will strive to break through to the divine master realm, head to the cosmic sea, and find a way to return to the primal beginning universe through the cosmic sea. The primal beginning universe and major forces of the cosmic sea are closely linked. There's surely a method to return. Yi Chun contemplated in mind and spirit. After a long while, he let go of his thoughts and entered a state of deep quiet cultivation. My lord! My lord! Uncertain how long had passed, Yi Chun suddenly heard voices calling from outside the lounge. Yi Chun opened his eyes, raised a finger in the air, and the lounge door opened directly. 2 beautiful young women were waiting outside. Upon seeing Yi Chun open the door, both hurriedly said to Yi Chun, "My lord, the auction is about to start. The master is occupied and cannot personally escort you, so has sent 2 attendants to guide you there." "Is it already noon? The auction is about to start?" Yi Chun stirred inside and walked out with a smile. Upon arriving outside, Yi Chun immediately sensed several powerful auras nearby. Yi Chun lightly swept his divine sense towards the direction of those auras and instantly saw several familiar and unfamiliar figures. These individuals, too, were being led by some beautiful maidens, emerging from the best batch of guest restrooms. One person, approximately in his 20s, dressed in luxurious divine attire, exceptionally handsome, was precisely the young palace master Situ Lianqi of the immortal divine palace whom Yi Chun had seen before. Another person walked out from a room far from Situ Lianqi. She had a tall figure, irresistible long legs, flowing long hair, dressed in black divine armor, exceptionally beautiful, and was precisely Tianli Weiwei, the daughter of the island master of the Sky Extreme Demon Island, whom Yi Chun had also seen before. These 2 are direct descendants of the pinnacle forces of the Sea of Exile, so it is no surprise they can enter the best guest restrooms. There were also 2 people Yi Chun hadn't seen before. Yi Chun sensed towards these 2, directly seeing that they were also very young, and their realms were both in the sovereign realm. One was a burly youth with long hair, 7-star sovereign realm. The other was extremely thin, surrounded by black mist, with deep eye sockets, ghostly in appearance, 6-star sovereign realm. Yi Chun pondered for a moment. Then he understood who these 2 people were. He had heard earlier that besides Situ Lianqi and Tianli Weiwei, the heir of the island master of 8 Wastes Island, Chen Wufeng, and the 3rd son of the palace master of the Creation Divine Palace, Yu Ba, were also attending the ancient Peace Pavilion's grand auction. If he wasn't mistaken, the burly youth with long hair must be Chen Wufeng, and the ghostly thin youth would be Yu Ba. So many descendants of significant figures are here. It seems there really are incredibly enticing treasures at this auction. After some probing, Yi Chun smiled slightly and headed towards the grand auctions hall under the guidance of 2 beautiful girls. During his earlier probe, Yi Chun also noticed that Tianli Weiwei, Situ Lianqi, and the others had similarly sensed his presence with their divine sense. At that time, their faces showed surprise. Clearly, these individuals knew it was natural for them to stay in the best guest restrooms. But they hadn't expected another 5-star sovereign youth to also stay in the guest restroom, and one whom they had never seen before. Who is this person? They all observed Yi Chen. We know all of the true young powerhouses of the Sea of Exile. This person isn't among them. Could he be newly arrived in the Sea of Exile? Or is he a direct descendant of the ancient Peace Pavilion's Gufeng? But Gufeng's only direct bloodline descendant is Gu Yanyan, and there's no mention of a youth like this. After observing Yi Chen for a while, the group didn't pay him much mind and headed towards the auction hall one after another, especially Tianli Weiwei and Situ Lianqi, who only glanced at Yi Chen once. These people had significant backgrounds, standing behind powers like the 3 palaces and 4 islands, alongside figures at the pinnacle of the Cosmic Emperor level. Despite being surprised by the appearance of a mysterious 5-star sovereign youth, they didn't take him seriously at all. In no time, they arrived at the grand auction hall of the ancient Peace Pavilion, where the auction was about to officially commence. At this moment, the auction hall was also open to the public. Countless people poured into the auction hall. The entire hall was a specially crafted space. The void was lined with countless seats, layer upon layer, densely packed, and at the center was the grand auction stage. In this auction hall, there was no distinction between noble and ordinary. Everyone could freely choose their seats. Yi Chen directly chose a seat towards the back and sat down. Everyone able to attend the grand auction had extraordinary divine sense. Sitting in the front or back made no difference at all. Sitting down, Yi Chen also sent his divine sense to probe around. In this probing, Yi Chen found that Situ Lianqi and the long-haired burly youth Chen Wufeng sat together, the two actively conversing with sound isolation, clearly on good terms. Yu Ba was far from the two and also chose a spot towards the back. As for the witch Tianli Weiwei, she didn't sit in the same area as them at all, instead choosing a very distant corner. It seems this woman indeed doesn't like mixing with the geniuses from the 3 palaces and 4 islands. With countless people flooding into the hall, soon, more than 10,000 people filled it. Of these, Yi Chen sensed that the vast majority participating in the auction were divine masters, with masters being second most prevalent. Those of lower realms like sovereigns, divine kings, true gods were present, but these individuals were evidently less financially equipped. Not the main participants in this auction, many merely came to watch. Finally, as the auction was about to begin, Yi Chen faintly sensed the entry of several powerful figures with the auras of cosmic emperors into the hall. Among them, besides the familiar Gufeng, there were 4 others whom Yi Chen didn't recognize. I didn't expect even cosmic emperors to be interested in the ancient Peace Pavilion's auction. This made Yi Chen even more intrigued by the treasures to be auctioned. After Gufeng entered the grand conference hall, he flew directly to the center of countless seats, surrounded by a large auction platform. The other 4 cosmic emperors kept their auras concealed. Finally, they casually chose 4 seats, sitting dispersedly. Only a few, like Yi Chen and others, could sense these 4 were cosmic emperors. The vast majority of people were completely unaware. In fact, some people attending the auction event, seated beside these cosmic emperors, were chatting and laughing carelessly, even occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. If they knew that cosmic emperors were sitting next to them, they would probably be scared half to death. Yet they could still act so willfully. After Gufeng arrived at the large auction platform, he revealed only the aura of a peak lord. Though he attracted a considerable amount of attention, the grand conference hall remained bustling. The auction event had not yet officially begun. Gufeng did not care about this. After standing still, Gufeng looked around and immediately noticed Yi Chen sitting towards the back. Seeing Yi Chen also smiling at him, Gufeng discreetly returned a smile to Yi Chen. Then, Gufeng looked towards other directions. Upon seeing Tianli Weiwei, Situ Lianqi, Chen Wufeng, and Yu Ba, these descendants of the major powers of the Sea of Exile, sitting peacefully in various parts of the hall, Gufeng sighed inwardly. These few are probably all here for those 3 most important treasures. Treasures are limited. If these people all compete, there might be problems later on. Tianli Weiwei, Situ Lianqi, these people are backed by transcendent powers like the 3 palaces and 4 islands. If a conflict arises, even ancient Peace Pavilion would find it difficult to handle. Of course, it would only be difficult to handle. While ancient Peace Pavilion's overall strength does not match the 3 palaces and 4 islands, it is not one to be easily bullied. Otherwise, ancient Peace Pavilion wouldn't have been able to establish a foothold in the extremely perilous Sea of Exile. Though ancient Peace Pavilion has only Gu Feng as a cosmic emperor, Gu Feng himself is closely connected with some influential figures of the cosmic sea. Even the masters of the 3 palaces and 4 islands must give Gu Feng some respect. Let them compete for those 3 treasures. Whoever gets them keeps them. I will offend no one. Finally, Gu Feng thought to himself. However, at that moment, Gu Feng suddenly thought of Yi Chun. What if young friend Yi Chun also wants to compete for those treasures? Gu Feng does not plan to intervene in the competition among the heirs of the 3 palaces and 4 islands. But if Yi Chun were to get involved, then Gu Feng would have to consider whom to support. Young friend Yi Chun, the 3 palaces and 4 islands. For some reason, Gu Feng had a feeling in the depths of his being that even with the heirs of the 3 palaces and 4 islands here, his innate divine ability for choosing the beneficial and avoiding the harmful told him he must lean towards Yi Chun. Could it be that young friend Yi Chun's background is even more formidable than the 3 palaces and 4 islands? This intuition suddenly startled Gu Feng. Then he quickly made a decision. If indeed there was a conflict between the disciples of the 3 palaces and 4 islands and Yi Chun, he must help Yi Chun. Even if it means offending the 3 palaces and 4 islands, he would do it without hesitation. Hopefully, there won't be any conflict. Finally, Gu Feng shook his head. However, thinking of those 3 peerless divine treasures, Gu Feng vaguely felt that conflict might be inevitable. If I had known, I wouldn't have let the news of these 3 treasures leak out. Now it's too late to change anything. Forget it. Let's just see how the situation unfolds. Perhaps this could be an opportunity to see just how extraordinary young friend Yi Chun truly is. With this thought, Gu Feng calmed down completely. Soon, the noon hour finally arrived. The time for the auction event to officially start had finally come. Boom! 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 3 more overlords flew down onto the large auction platform, standing beside Gu Feng. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. The auction event of the ancient Peace Pavilion is about to officially begin. Gu Feng's voice echoed throughout the auction hall, and it quickly quieted down. The tens of thousands who entered the grand conference hall all directed their attention to the large auction platform in the center. Their gaze focused on Gu Feng. Looking around, Gu Feng smiled and said, "It is an honor for the ancient Peace Pavilion to have you all here at our auction event. I'm sure you all know by now that a total of 24 rare treasures and 3 incredible divine treasures are up for auction today. With limited treasures and so many participants, the majority will likely have no chance of obtaining a treasure. Therefore, as usual, before the auction event officially begins, we will first randomly give away 10 treasures to 10 attendees. And now, we will first randomly select the recipient for the Blue Blood Lotus. Each seat is numbered, and after the draw is concluded, please check the numbers to collect your prize." With the start of the auction event's first random treasure giveaway, the hall suddenly became lively. Everyone hoped to be one of the lucky 10 to receive a free treasure. Yi Chun also did not expect there to be such a treasure giveaway segment at the Ancient Peace Pavilion auction event. No wonder there are so many people attending. Perhaps only a small number of them truly intend to auction items, while the majority are here hoping to see the spectacle and potentially obtain a gifted treasure. Blue Blood Lotus, consisting of 5 petals, is a consumable treasure that can be ignited with glazed ancient divine fire. Once ignited, the burning lotus will greatly enhance the user's combat power, even potentially increasing it by 1 to 3 times in a short period. Although the combat power boost doesn't last long, it has no side effects. We will now draw for the recipient of this treasure. The first gifted treasure is of extraordinary value. You must know, A treasure that can enhance combat power is extremely precious, as during actual combat, even the slightest difference in combat power could mean the distance between life and death. Even though this blue blood lotus only enhances for a short time, a 1 to 3 times boost is truly incredible. As Gu Feng began drawing for the lucky winner, countless hearts were suspended in suspense. Seat number 157865 wins a blue blood lotus. As Gu Feng's announcement fell, the venue was silent for a moment, then suddenly erupted in a sea of ecstatic cheers from the southern region of the hall. It's me! I actually got the first gifted treasure. A divine master, ecstatic, leaped with joy. Seeing that it was this divine master who got the first treasure, people from other areas looked on with envy. After all, this was a free gift, not requiring any currency. Of course, everyone wanted it. Those beside the divine master expressed their regret. If I had known, I would have sat in that seat. I almost sat there. Amidst the chatter and noise, Gu Feng smiled at the divine master and said, "Come collect your gift treasure." The divine master hurriedly flew to the auction platform. Under countless gazes, he received a blue blood lotus in his hands. This auction conference is really heating up. Seeing the first lucky winner contentedly holding the treasure and flying back to their seat, Yi Chun also smiled and nodded. Next, we'll draw for the second gifted treasure. Very soon, the 10 gifted treasures were all drawn. What made Yi Chun somewhat amused was whether Gu Feng did it deliberately or if he was just lucky. The 7th gifted treasure was unexpectedly won by Yi Chun. This was a nurturing treasure that can nourish the divine body and divine soul, carved into an ancient beast. Although its value isn't top tier, it's definitely precious. When the winner was announced as Yi Chun clearly noticed numerous envious looks directed at him. Among them, Tianli Weiwei, Situ Lianqi, and others didn't expect that this unfamiliar young man staying in the best VIP room could obtain a gifted treasure. Although they weren't exactly jealous of Yi Chun, they were more suspicious, wondering if this young man indeed had a relationship with Gu Feng, and if Gu Feng secretly manipulated the results to give him something. Of course, these 10 gifted treasures were just the appetizers. Once the 10 names were drawn, the real auction conference formally started. The first auction item, a miraculous weapon from the abyss, God-making sword. With Gu Feng's voice, the venue became extremely quiet, and a beautiful maiden came out holding a large red tray, on which lay an ancient divine sword of over 4 feet long. The divine sword was shrouded in a mysterious divine light, concealing the specific details of the sword's body. As this first auction item appeared, all eyes focused on this ancient sword. Gu Feng's voice continued. The God-making sword is of overlord-level quality, and more precious is that it comes with its own cultivation technique. By following this technique, once successful, one can break through to the Cosmic Emperor level. This is a miraculous divine sword that enables cultivation to the Cosmic Emperor level. This sword's starting bid is 50 billion. Wow. With Gu Feng's words, a wave of discussions arose in the venue. Especially the masters in the hall were almost driven crazy with excitement. The first auction item is actually a divine sword with a cultivation technique that can break through to the Cosmic Emperor level. You must know, many masters have no assurance they can break through to the Cosmic Emperor level. Most masters are stuck at the crucial step of reaching the Cosmic Emperor. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few Cosmic Emperors. A cultivation technique that allows one to reach the Cosmic Emperor is a guarded treasure of countless peak forces, unlikely to be casually shared. Now, there is a new method to cultivate to the Cosmic Emperor level on this God-making sword. How could it not drive countless masters insane? Even many divine masters wanted to compete for this treasure. 60 billion. A master directly called out. 70 billion. 73 billion. The price kept climbing. 100 billion. A female overlord immediately raised the bid by over 20 billion. 125 billion. Another middle-aged master joined the fray. This concerns whether one can cultivate to the Cosmic Emperor level. Many masters without peak cultivation techniques have already decided to pour all their resources to seize this extremely precious treasure.